Just all having a few technical glitches here. Stand by and we'll call to order in a moment.
It's just like 3 and 3, right?
Apologies, folks, we're just having a couple of technical challenges, but we're getting close. Stand by. We'll start shortly. All right, we are ready to go. Thank you for your patience, folks, and welcome to the first City Council meeting proper of 2021. I'll call us to order and begin by recognizing the traditional territory where we're having this meeting, both virtually and in person for a handful of us, which is Treaty 6 territory, and recognize that the Cree, the Dene, the Saulteaux, the Blackfoot, and the Nakota Sioux peoples have dwelt here and thrived here for hundreds or thousands of years, as the case may be, and that this is also one of the great homelands of the Métis Nation, and now as well a gathering place and settling place for settlers and descendants of settlers from all around the world, and so call forth that spirit of working together that is imagined in the treaty and mutual prosperity, which seems as elusive as ever in these circumstances that we find ourselves in, and yet we persevere, as people have for a long, long time here, through a variety of conditions. And it's through working together that we overcome those challenges. And so we'll lean into that today as we consider this agenda that's before us. We need a roll call before we adopt the agenda. I will start alphabetically with Councillor Banga.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Cartmel. Good morning. I can see with my own eyes here in person. Councillor Caterina.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome. Councillor Zadig.
Good morning.
Good day. Councillor Essinger.
Good morning.
Morning. Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Morning. Councillor Henderson.
Morning.
In person as well. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Welcome. Councillor McKean.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning. Councillor Nickel.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Hello. And Councillor Walters.
Present. Good morning.
Thank you. That is everybody. Need a motion to adopt the agenda. There is one addition of 6.4 to what's before us here.
I'm happy to
Councilor Essinger.
move the January 25th, 2021 City Council meeting agenda be adopted the following change, the addition under 6.4, the 2021 private construction projects economic incentive options.
Second.
Thank you, Councillors Essinger and Banga. Are there any questions on the agenda? Not hearing any, then please vote.
Just waiting for two, Mr. Mayor.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor, and Councillor Essinger.
Yes.
Thank you. We have 13 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Display the vote. Carried. The minutes from several meetings back in December and one in January. Councillor Knack.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will move the adoption of the meeting minutes from the December 3rd, 2020 City Council non-statutory public hearing, the December 4th, 2020 City Council non-regular meeting, the December 7th, 2020 City Council meeting, the December 8th, 2020 special City Council meeting, the December 8th, 2020 City Council public hearing, the December 9th and 11th, 2020 City Council meeting, and the January 7th, 2021 special City Council meeting.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor McKeon. Please, well, let me just check. Are there any questions, concerns, errors, or omissions with the minutes? Hearing none, please vote.
Councillor Zadok?
I'm a yes, and it might be a pattern that this machine's not working for me for voting discreetly.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Display the vote. Carried. Protocol items. We've got 3, starting with Councillor McKeon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and this is a personal thrill to me to share some exciting, happy news, which is especially a treat at this time during a pandemic. Today, online, we have local triathlete Paula Finney joining us, fresh off a remarkable win at the Professional Triathletes Organization 2020 Championship at the Daytona International Speedway. With so much uncertainty for athletes over the past year, this win gives us even more reason to celebrate. Paula has had an amazing career, starting with her first triathlon at age 16. Since that time, she has overcome many barriers to get where she is today. In 2010, she became the first Canadian triathlete to win a World Triathlon Series event in what was then only her 3rd start on the elite circuit. She made her Olympic debut at London in 2012, and some of us will remember that a race and watching Paula battle through injury and pain to finish that race. A few years later, she made a return to the international competition by finishing 15th at the WTS Grand Final that we hosted right here in Edmonton. Throughout all her injuries and challenges, she has never given up, and her passion and commitment to her sport is unparalleled. And I'm going to just improvise a little bit here and say that I'm not surprised, having met her sister and her mother, who are both amazing people. Her mom, Sheila, has worked with the triathlon, worked with volunteers, and she's an amazing role model and leader herself. This past year cannot have been easy for athletes, with most races canceled and training facilities shut down. The uncertainty must have been stressful. So for Paula to be able to rise from these challenges, to race in the only triathlon of the year, and to win it is remarkable. What's even more remarkable is that she won by more than 2 minutes, which, as I understand, in the racing world is a lifetime. So Paula, on behalf of us here on council and the people of Edmonton, I want to congratulate you on your exceptional performance. You're an incredible role model and inspiration for so many young athletes in our city and around the world. Hopefully, as the world starts to reopen and racing picks up again, we will start to see more of you. I, for one, look forward to watching you right here in our city this August when we host the ITU World Triathlon Championships. And I hope everyone in the meeting today will join me in congratulating you on your perseverance and your hard work and your success. Everyone, Paula Finley.
Thank you, Councilor McCain, and everyone else for having me.
Well, thanks for that, Councillor McKean, and congratulations, Paula. It's nice to see you out there and staying active and presumably getting ready for this fall, or this summer, I should say. But anyway, congratulations. That's outstanding. Now, you'll notice a bit of a sports theme to today's protocol recognition items, and the next one is such a great example of what can happen when caring and motivated people pursue a dream to help others. Free Play for Kids is well known in our community under its former name of Free Footy. And Free Footy is now also free hockey, free basketball, and free football, hence the name change. What started 14 years ago as Tim Adams' dream to provide free soccer here in Edmonton has evolved into one of the city's pillars of social service, inclusion, and safe space. Sports and free play bring all kinds of good things into children's lives. They create positive feelings of community, belonging, and friendships. They boost social, emotional, and mental health, and they help create confidence as kids take pride in what they learn and accomplish. And they provide positive support and mentorship that isn't always present in some children's lives. So while free play programs are partly about sports, what they accomplish goes far beyond athletic activities. At Free Play for Kids, sport and play is just 20% of their program. Sport and play are used as tools to create an incredibly vital, safe space for the most marginalized and vulnerable youth in our city. At Free Play, youth ages 8 through 18 are surrounded by smart, compassionate, caring, and diverse leaders like the few that you're about to meet. They support and encourage the kids to be leaders tomorrow, some of whom will likely fill our seats here on council one day, or give back in some other way to our community. And so I'm pleased to welcome today the core team at Free Play, who are with us virtually. Adriana Martinez, Ruke Okoma, Diana Suwila, and of course, Tim Adams, the founder and executive director. Hello and welcome to all of you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Adriana. I'm the marketing manager for Free Play, and I'm just going to speak on behalf of Free Play for Kids. So thank you very much, Mayor Iveson, for the introduction, and thank you, Council, and everybody involved in this recognition. We are proud to provide a safe, growing environment for the City of Edmonton kids and youth, both in person and online. We are proud to give opportunities to learn how to be independent, like Jason Mason, two little brothers who couldn't stand apart from each other on week 1 of the program. And now in week 8, they partake in all activities individually and confidently. We are proud, like Alina, who take part of the online program every single day as a safe place to hang out, to be themselves and build strong relationships with all the coaches. We are proud to support junior high and high school students like Rappel with laptops and learning tools to continue their development as referees, coaches, and ultimately leaders. We are also proud to find ourselves amongst those who also care deeply about the City of Edmonton kids and our future, like our friends at Canadian Tire Jumpstart, who have supported us greatly throughout the years. And in light of that, we have a very short video to present.
Roll the clip.
Yeah.
Here it comes.
What's up, my man? How you doing? How you doing? Many of these kids, have single parents or their parents, are working that double shift. So we give them a safe space that they might not have at home. Here, you can pick a new mask, okay? One that fits you proper. Good job! We like to use sport, I guess, as the carrot that we dangle in front of kids to get them into this space and start teaching them those really important life skills. Dribble to the side.
The Jumpstart Sport Relief Fund helped Free Play for Kids adapt to changing health requirements so it could continue to provide safe play, whether in person or online.
Was that better?
Sports are good for you, and it's very healthy for you. And also they give out free food. Like, I don't know why, but it's so amazing.
We're gonna walk the cone to the middle.
When you can go up to a kid and just ask them, hey, how was free play today? And they say, this is the best day of my week.
yeah, this is the best day of my week as well.
Awesome. Thank you again, everyone, for this honor. And most importantly, thank you to all our supporters, our youth leaders, our coaches who continue giving, who keep working hard and diligently to create this safe space for Edmonton youth. From all of us at Free Play, thank you so, so much, and have a beautiful day.
Well, that's inspired. Thank you for what you do for youth in our community. And I know you rely on a lot of volunteers, and like most things in Edmonton, that makes it even richer to have the community behind you in that way. So thank you for helping lead and convene that. It's remarkable. And last but not least, but continuing with our sports-themed recognitions this morning, we're honored to be joined by Dr. Robert Stedward, who recently received the highest level of the Order of Canada. You may or may not know there are multiple ranks in the Order of Canada, and Dr. Bob was awarded the title of Companion of the Order of Canada. And this is a huge deal for him, but also for our community. So this title is awarded to Canadians who have demonstrated the highest degree of merit to Canada and humanity on the national or international scene. A maximum of 15 companions could be appointed annually with an imposed limit of 165 living companions at any given time. Last year, Dr. Stedward was the only companion named, so this is a very big deal. He was recognized for his lifelong work with athletes with disabilities, which began more than 50 years ago. Back in 1968, Dr. Stedward, along with fellow Edmontonian Gary McPherson, helped organize the first Canadian wheelchair sport national championships. And he worked with the athletes competing in those championships. As he worked with athletes competing in those championships, Dr. Stedward realized that there was a need to encourage accessibility in schools and sports facilities. He recognized at an early stage that there were accessibility barriers in a physical sense, but barriers as well in attitudes and assumptions towards persons with disabilities. So throughout his career, Dr. Stedward has worked to break down those barriers, changing how the world views athletes with disabilities and, by extension, people living with disabilities in general. He's driven by the belief that sport provides a platform for high-performance athletes to shine, and that it shows the world what people with disabilities can achieve. In 1989, he served as the first International Paralympic Committee president after undertaking the monumental task of consolidating international disability sports organizations. And it was partly as a result of his efforts that the Commonwealth Games subsequently integrated disabled sports into its program as well. Over the years, Dr. Stedward has been recognized many times for his efforts with the Queen Elizabeth II Golden Jubilee Medal, the Alberta Order of Excellence, numerous halls of fame across the country, and of course now as Companion of the Order of Canada. Dr. Stedward, we are honored to have you here with us this morning, and I understand that you've prepared some remarks, and so I will hand the floor to you.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor Iveson, and good morning, members of council. I'm just eternally grateful to not only all of the people around the world who live with a disability and the athletes that have achieved so much in helping to grow the international Paralympic movement from a mere fledgling of 40 countries in the world to now being the second largest sporting movement in the world today. We have certainly, as a small fledgling within that international sports scene, we have certainly fought valiantly for our rights and recognition, and the proof is in the results that we've achieved. But you know, even outside of sport, I've spent, I suppose, 50 years plus of my life with many thousands of other volunteers to help create universal awareness and to try to improve the life of people living with a disability, to to have change, to break down barriers, to change attitudes, to overcome discrimination and the like. And it was sport that was really provided the environment and the leadership and the mentorship to ensure that those challenges could be achieved and overcome. So I'm, on the one hand, immensely proud of what we have achieved over the years, but it's really with profound humility that I have been given this wonderful recognition by my city and by Canada by being appointed as a companion of the Order of Canada, and I will certainly cherish it for the rest of my life. But we also must recognize that of all the changes that have taken place, our journey continues. And so we must all ensure that we take care and help that 15 to 20% of our population who is disabled to overcome their challenges. Hopefully they become more independent and that they are an integral part of our community. And I'm very proud of our city because we have certainly been leaders in this, not only in this province and in Canada, but around the world globally. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, councillors, for this recognition. I'm just so eternally grateful for your recognition.
Well, and we in turn are, yes, let's give Bob a round of applause, absolutely. We in turn are so grateful for your leadership, along with the late Percy Wickman, who is a councillor here, who made such a difference, Gary McPherson, who was mentioned in the notes, who I know would be tremendously proud of this recognition for you, Bob. But as you note, the work continues, and we are committed to that. And we thank you, though, for inspiring us with your example, which is so vast at this point and reflects so well on our city. So now it's official. If it wasn't before, you are a great Canadian. But today, of course, we celebrate that you are one of ours and a great Edmontonian. So thank you so much for your inspiration. Well done. Those are the protocol items, and thank you to the protocol office for assembling 3 really inspiring ones to start the year off right. So thank you for that. And thank you to all of us for joining us. You're welcome to hang out and watch the rest of this council meeting, but it's probably less inspiring than what you have next on your agenda for today. So Councillor Knack is the only person who disagrees with that, but it may be interesting, and maybe we'll have a moment of inspiration, you'll see. But anyway, if you have other things to do, of course, we understand. We wish you all the best with the rest of your day. Okay, so now we will select items for debate. Please click on. Councillor Banga. Councillor Banga? Are you there?
Yep, I select 6.4 and 6.6.
Sorry, did you say 6.4? I missed the first one. 6.4 and 6.6. Okay. Councillor Banga selects 6.4 and 6.6. Thank you. Now, Councillor Henderson?
Yeah, no, I'm fine. I had a quick question on 6.4, so that's selected already.
Okay. Councillor McKean?
I had 6.4 as well, so I'm good.
Okay. Councillor Carmel?
Item 7.5 for voting purposes only.
Right. Noted abstention. Anybody else want 7.5 for anything other than voting purposes? Okay, not hearing any, then we'll sever the Fort Edmonton item when we get into the bylaws. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 9.2, and just a very quick thing on item 6.7.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, I'd like to select item 6.5. And if you see me wearing headphones, it's because for some reason, my wonderful partner also scheduled furnace cleaning right at this time.
Noted. So Councillor Paquette has taken 6.5. Any other takers? Councillor Banga? Do you have another one?
Yes, sir. 6.2, couple questions, and 7.5 and 7.8, other than just voting purposes.
7, 8 for voting purposes?
No,
Anybody?
other voting purpose.
Oh, okay. I think I follow. Any other selections?
I'm prepared to move all other items.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Need a seconder for that? Was that Councillor Knack? Okay, so that's the scheduling requests and 6.1, 6.3, and 9.1. So please vote on the omnibus items not selected for debate this morning.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Display the vote. Carried.
Would you like me to read out what's been carried this morning,
Sure,
Mr.
just
Mayor?
for the record, that'd be great. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. So this morning, Council has approved the following requests to reschedule reports. Item 5.1, surplus school sites, is coming back to Executive Committee on February 1st, as is item 5.2, growth management framework, and item 5.3, the growth investment strategy. Item 5.4, the City of Edmonton Government of Alberta Government Relations Plan, is coming back to Council on February 8th. Item 5.5, Ray Gibbon Drive, response to a councillor inquiry, is coming back to Executive Committee on February 19th. Item 5.6, Deputy and Acting Mayor terms, is going to come back to Council on March 15th. Item 5.7, Edmonton Police Commission scope proposals, coming back to Q2 2021. Item 5.8, report categorization and background information to be determined. The following reports have also been approved by Council. Item 6.1, amendment to the Heritage Valley Servicing Concept Design Brief. Item 6.3, taxes recommended for cancellation, cancellation of uncollectible taxes and penalties. And one more report, which was an in-private report, is item 9.1, City of Edmonton Youth Council.
Thank you. That's what I have as well. It's a tidy bit of work. Moves us some ways down the agenda. Requests to speak, we do have one, but we've heard speakers on this item at committee, and I think there might be an error in the request because Mr. Mostashari had spoken to a different item at executive committee, not the social procurement item, but instead 6.4, the incentives. So perhaps he is reframing his submission, but we have heard from Mr. Mostashari at committee already. So unless there is and I think additional feedback from him was collected by administration as well in the interim. So absent we appreciate his willingness to provide some additional perspective, but I think we won't hear that at council. It's not typically our practice. So absent a motion to hear, then we'll proceed based on what we heard at committee and what's been already heard through the industry engagement. So requests for time specific, there are no requests, so we'll proceed in order. Bylaws not selected for debate. None of them were selected for debate, but we'll sever 7.5 for, pardon me? Okay, I missed that.
7.8 for questions, I think, from Councillor Banga.
I thought that was just for voting purposes, but no, he does have questions on it? Okay, well, we'll sever 7-8 then. So Councillor Katarina, I missed that, apologies. If you could move.
Mr. Mayor, prepared to move 7-1, 7-2, and 7-3, 7-9, and 10 for first reading.
Second.
Thank you. First reading on the omnibus bylaws that are here for 3 readings, seconded by Councillor Nichol and moved by Councillor Katarina. Please vote on first reading.
Councillor Hamilton? We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. First reading is carried.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move the second reading on the omnibus as stated.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote.
And Mr. Mayor, consideration for
Yeah, go ahead and move consideration.
third reading, consideration for third reading on 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, and 10.
Just for clarity, we don't need it on ones that are just
On
ready for
7,
third
6,
reading.
and 7, 7. Yeah, no, I'll take those out. Those are for third reading only, and 7, 4 for third reading only. So, sorry, Mr. Mayor, consideration 1, 2, 3, 7, and 9, and 10.
Yeah,
Second.
1, 2, 3, 7, 9, and 7, 10. Yep, to allow third reading to proceed on those bylaws that are here for 3 readings, please vote. Save 7-5 and 7-8, which we'll deal with separately.
We're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll move third reading on bylaw 19514, 19513, 19519, 19294, 19458, 19459, 19468, and 19512.
Second.
Display the vote, please. Or, pardon me, please vote so that we can display the vote.
We're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried. We do 7-5. Councillor Katarina?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'll move second reading of 7.5, 19521.
Second.
Okay, on second reading, noting that Councillor Cartmell has stepped out, please vote.
Yeah, board secretary goes to a Councillor Rander.
Can you note his abstention, please? Councillor Paquette? We're good to go.
Display the vote. That's carried 12-0 with 1 abstention.
Move consideration for third reading on 19521.
Don't need consideration to do 3 readings because it's only here for 2, so we can go straight to third
2,
reading.
yeah. Third reading on 19521.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on third reading.
Good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. That's carried. Unanimous among those present with one abstention. 7-8 will come to during debate. Councillor inquiries. Councillor Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could the administration provide a report on the following? Status of the proposed land lease agreement between Ford Edmonton Management Company and the City of Edmonton to support the spa proposal. Number 2, which alternative locations were explored during discussions between the City of Edmonton administration and the Nordic Spa Group, along with any analysis done on the suitability of each site for spa operations. And number 3, any engagement and planning work completed by either the city or the proponent in support of the spa development, and whether this work is applicable to other possible sites. And number 4, if any further negotiations have taken place or are planned to take place between city administration and the Nordic Spa Group. Thank you.
Thank you. The inquiry is in order. Any other inquiries this morning? Not hearing any. Then let's dive in order, starting with item 6.2, the Heritage Valley land acquisition and land sale. This was not selected at executive committee, so there was no particular discussion on it that I recall. Was sent up here with a recommendation. So perhaps someone can put the recommendation on the floor. Councillor Carmel?
I will put the recommendation on the floor.
I'll second. Exactly.
I'll go to Councillor Walters for the second. So that's before us here. I think we can go straight to questions. Councillor Banga?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I got a couple questions on this one. Basically, my first question is, I don't know if I'm having difficulty in just understanding it. Is it just the land swap that we are buying or getting land for 50% of its market value and selling it on the market value? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor.
Okay. So my next question would be, how are the developers benefit from this? Why would they do it?
The terms of the agreement are based on an MOU that was prepared between the city and UDI. So this agreement is based on the terms of that agreement.
Okay, well, that's all my questions are. Thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions? Anyone wishing to speak to it? Not seeing any, then we'll vote on the recommendation from administration as blessed by executive committee.
Councillor Nicol? Hello, Councillor Nicol? Councillor Nicol, are you still with us on the meeting? Just one moment, Mr. Mayor, please. Councillor Nicol? Mr. Mayor, I believe we'll have to show Councillor Nicol absent for this vote.
Okay. Display the vote.
Sorry about that. I'll click it. I'm a yes. Sorry about that. I have my phone in.
Okay, so verbally a yes on that. Display the vote. That's carried. Next up is 6.4, the 2021 private construction projects, economic incentive options, 5-year timeline. So this was discussed at committee and referred to administration to look at a 5-year option. That's included as option 3 in the addendum with some commentary on the additional engagement with industry. So good discussion at committee, and the options committee asked for, I believe, are before us here, but there isn't, strictly speaking, a recommendation from the committee to put on the floor at this time. So probably best to take some questions on this, and some additional work had unfolded, though perhaps if administration has some additional comments that may anticipate some of the questions. So I'll go to administration for further comments.
Mr. Mayor, we have a presentation if council would like.
Sure. Probably helpful.
Good morning. Ms. Pearson and I are here to present an overview of the options for the Economic Incentive Program for private construction projects. We appreciate the opportunity to provide you with an overview of the program and options, and we have several of our colleagues here to answer any questions you may have. So in October, a motion was made to review options to ensure that high-impact private construction programs would continue in 2021. You asked administration to look at economic incentives to support projects that might not continue without such support. At Exec Committee on January 18th, we presented options with the recommendation that, if chosen, would have provided a grant relief for over 4 years. Committee heard from developers that a 5-year relief program would be more meaningful given construction and leasing timelines. So we listened to that feedback and reached out to industry again to listen and learn more, and are presenting an additional option as outlined in the report in an addendum, which is in attachment 4. So in all of these categories, a variety of opinions were heard and consensus was not necessarily reached. What we heard was the definition of high impact proposed from developers spanned from large commercial, industrial, or multifamily buildings to groupings of smaller projects that would aggregate to a large impact, including projects that would have to be repurpose a building that could achieve sustainability goals. There's also discussion around if high impact should be defined based on geographic area or not. We also heard a lot about timelines and what kind of incentive would be sufficient to stimulate the economy in 2021. Developers clearly indicated that our 1 or 2 year tax exemption program would not be sufficient. Proposals range from 5 to 10 years, while others suggesting that the exemption should extend until the property is sufficiently occupied to create a steady income stream. There's also discussion around construction timelines and the amount of time after construction it takes to lease the building. For example, a tower from 4 to 8 stories takes about 18 months to construct, and a tower of 20 stories or more can take between 2 to 3 years to construct. There's also a desire from some developers for the program to recognize these construction timelines. Many variations on the incentives were discussed, including enhanced service levels such as transit, relief for infrastructure, municipal land sales, municipal infrastructure investments, and streamlined permitting. While various options were discussed, there was some support for tax relief as the incentive. The stakeholder group noted the importance of a simple, easily understandable incentive to be applicable with lenders. It was emphasized throughout the discussion that creating certainty around any funding is critical for the program's success. Around demonstration and need, developers were asked what proof the city may access to show in an incentive program affected the development outcomes, and there was a legitimate need. Developers were hesitant to provide their pro formas, indicating that each development had their own expected return that may not align with a city-created baseline. Instead, developers primarily pointed out that it's difficult and uncertain market conditions and argued that the need for support is clearly present.
On that note, we heard a lot about the Edmonton market right now and the current realities of the market, and the developers are taking risks when they're investing right now in Edmonton and in Alberta, as there's a number of challenges due to the economic and political forces at play. We heard that the financial incentives would help to attract investment and encourage developers to take an investment risk. So in developing the program criteria, administration considered the intent of the motion, the city's current financial reality, and the following three lenses. We looked at job creation, the need for the program to be responsive in its delivery and design, and the ability of the program to achieve city plan policy goals. As a result, the following factors were considered for defining high impact. First, the location of the projects. We considered the city plan growth aspirations. We developed cost estimates based on a number of projects in the city center, as well as other nodes and corridors. And given the available finances, and the impact of COVID-19 on the city center, and the importance of downtown vibrancy as recognized in the city plan, it is recommended that the incentive program be focused on the city center. Secondly, timelines of projects are critical for creating jobs in 2021. So we suggest that the incentives are limited to those projects that commence construction this year. Third, the significance of the investment was used as a proxy for high impact, as well as for job creation. Based on the assessment of the projects, a threshold of $10 million is suggested for a project to be considered. Fourth, we consider residential options for investment and determine the minimum number of units of 50 should be realized. This recognizes the importance of having people living in the downtown for contributing to the long-term downtown vibrancy and developing walkable communities. I'll now pass it to Mary to present on the program design and options before you to consider today.
Thank you. So in determining the most appropriate means of program delivery, we considered our processes, the MGA, and feedback from stakeholders. As a result, if this is to proceed, we recommend a grant program to offset the uplift in municipal taxes for the properties in question. There were three considerations that form the principles of the program. It's based on what we heard. They need timely access and certainty to ensure some economic growth. So providing timely access to the grant is key to supporting the development. The policy framework and grant supports a swift response while ensuring appropriate levels of oversight to meet our goals. Projects must start in 2021. A grant will provide certainty for developers to proceed with large construction projects, knowing taxes will be frozen for the period. This certainty was a critical component, according to our stakeholders, that rebates and other incentive programs on the tax side cannot provide. A grant program affords that. We balance support through a grant. The support through the grant will assist with new developments to proceed with construction, which will provide immediate job creation and ideally increase municipal revenues in the future. Based on the number of projects that could qualify, the construction employment over the period could be up to approximately 4,700 jobs. These figures are calculated using Statistics Canada 2017 input-output multipliers for Alberta, so there is some uncertainty based on the value and type of project and how many do apply. Given the program's intent, we've considered a number of scenarios, but we are presenting three options for consideration. There is the option to decline to proceed with the program. There is the option for 4 years of tax incentive support for the projects that meet the definition. The preliminary estimates for the program are $22.9 million. There is also the option for 5 years of support. This takes into account industry and committee's feedback of January 18th. This feedback is that the longer time frame would better match the resources required to construct larger projects. In this option, we recommend that the program remain capped at the estimated $22.9 million, and that projects are eligible on a first-come, first-served basis. We believe that this is reasonable, as not all projects will likely proceed, so there is some financial leeway within the cap, should that occur. And as pointed out at Executive Committee, the expediency is highlighted by the first-come, first-served approach. I will highlight one caution that my city assessor and team note, Estimating the tax uplift over 4 to 5 years for particular projects is challenging, particularly in this economic environment. So even with the mitigation with a first-come, first-served basis, there's a risk that the tax figures are adjusted, and then we would be required to adjust the grants to honor the program. In that case, we would have to come back to council for an amended cap if option 3 is chosen. But to be frank, it also applies for option 2. We've estimated it at 22.9, but it could vary. So providing the grants offsetting property taxes is not a typical practice for the city to stimulate the economy. Should we apply city funds this way, we want to ensure that value for these tax dollars. So to qualify, the city would ask the developer to provide a number of estimates to demonstrate the economic benefits. Verification of grant monies used is possible through an audit process that we will build into the grant program. Responding to the additional conversations at committee about pro formas, the engagement with developers this past week confirmed that most would not participate in the program with this step, as the assessment elongates the decision. We recognize that we have to demonstrate value for taxpayers' dollars, so we are suggesting a focus on results. We would require a benefit statement, which includes an estimate of the outcome as well as confirmation of the benefits achieved. We would then verify the achievements, and we would also build in the ability to seek repayments if the intents are not honored. The grant program outlined is provided in the report. And with that, I think we are happy to take any questions, as is our team.
Thank you for the additional effort on the short turnaround since committee and for the update. That's really helpful. So Councillor Banga had selected this, and then I see a speakers list is forming. So Councillor Banga, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My questions are about like I know there is a cap on the funding, and how do we expect this to work? I know there is a uplifting of municipal taxes. Like what? How does it work exactly?
I'm going to work on that sit-stand strength.
I think I'll ask Mr. Ashmore to talk about the mechanics of the grant.
Certainly, thank you, Mary. So effectively what ends up taking place, Councillor, is that on a yearly basis, after the tax notices have been issued, so after taxes are actually known, and after any assessment appeals have been heard, although the odds of an assessment appeal running on a program that's qualified are pretty small, a grant will be issued which offsets the exact amount of the tax uplift, with the baseline of the taxes being the taxes for this year. So practically speaking, what happens is you look at what the taxes are for this year, which is the start of the construction period, and then any uplift for the next number of years would go back in a grant issued back to the property owner.
Okay, and then my next question is about, there were 4 sets of criteria for giving it out, and is it, are they stacked in the order of preference, or ability, or is there just random?
Councillor Banga, in designing the program, we looked first, I would say, at job creation as the first criteria that we used, as well as that the project would commence in 2021 for that strong link to job creation. We then looked at the policy goals of the city plan, and knowing that there was some need to make sure that this program was accessible for 2021, we attempted to get as many policy goals achieved at the same time as achieving the job creation. So that's how we landed on City Centre, was that long-term link to downtown vibrancy, and that there's a significant investment in the downtown as a result of that.
Okay, my next question is about, in the unfortunate event of, let's say, a developer starts the project and for some reason it fails to materialize the completion of the project. Then what happens to the city money?
Council, we're building in the ability to have it returned, but again, it only goes annually, so if it does halt at any period during the 5-year period, the money would stay with the city.
And again, I want to ask if there is, like, I know we are talking about a capped amount of money, $22.9 million, but on a particular project, let's say $10 million project, are we offering a percentage? Like, how does that, like, how much money somebody actually gets?
I can ask my assessment team to answer that, but there's no cap on an individual project. But they can provide further information.
So maybe I'll jump in there. So yeah, Councillor, as Cam Ashmore said, it's that we use the baseline amount of tax that they're going to be charged this year as the limit, kind of what they'll be charged taxes for the next 4 years to come. And so if they build, a building that has a tax bill of $20,000 and this year's bill is $5,000, this is just an example, they'd have a $15,000 rebate. However, if they built a $10 million so let's say it's worth $1 million in taxes, then you're doing $1 million minus the $5 that it was currently worth. So it's a question of what the new bill is to determine the amount of the tax rebate that we would give.
Okay, 20 seconds, but how are we going to evaluate the success of this program? And when do we discontinue it if that needs to be done?
Councillor Banga, we've suggested that there would be an impact statement, so the developer would first suggest what their intended outcomes are associated with that project, and then upon completion of the project, we would go back and require an impact statement that shows the number of jobs, what was built in terms of the number of units, number of residential units, as well as any non-residential within that space.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, two sets of questions. And the first one, and this was raised for me, and I know Councillor Walters as well, by the chairs of the Energy Transition Advisory Committee, and they raised a question of using that as a lens. And it strikes me, seeing your presentation here, that it would be, putting that in as a lens on what we consider high impact would probably be, if it's going to be a competitive process, I'm wondering if that's one of the lenses we can add, because these are buildings that are going to be around for 30 or 40 years. This is something we're trying to do anyway. I think it's completely in line with the rest of our policy if we're going to be stepping up and doing this. And I'm wondering if that can be added as a lens into our definition of high impact.
Councillor Henderson, it's always the will of council, if that was the desire of council, to add it in. One of the reasons why we didn't put it in the recommendation before you is that we wanted to make sure that the program was responsive in its delivery and design, and a number of these designs for these buildings are already underway. So in order to account for any energy efficiency goals, designs would have to be redone, and that would mean that potentially that the construction wouldn't start in 2021.
Understood, which is why I'm not suggesting necessarily that we make it a prerequisite. I'm suggesting that we make it one of our lenses to be able to adjudicate between projects. If we're measuring if one of the things we're doing is measuring high impact because it's going to be competitive, it seems to me that's one of the things we can ask them to make our pitch on.
Councillor Henderson, I think we could add that into the impact statement if there was energy efficiency goals being achieved, but I'm not sure that we would use it for adjudication of the project because it is a first come, first serve associated with an approved development permit, as well as an approved grant application.
But we're going to be using high impact as one of our lenses already. Maybe I misunderstood that.
No, you have to be high impact in order to get into the first come, first serve line.
Yeah. Okay.
But that could definitely be added to the impact statement so that we can show how we've helped achieve some of the environmental goals through this.
I think not doing that right now, given that, we've had all these other, we're doing all these other incentive pieces that are going to be much harder to do, and this seems to me as is a simple one, and you know, for these buildings, all it's going to do is help their bottom line once they actually get rented in terms of their operational costs. So I think there's a kind of win-win to that might be worth looking at. I mean, I understand if it gets in the way of projects going forward, but at some point we've got to, I think, step up and say we have to raise our bar on this. So. My other, just to track through, and I did ask this question at Executive Committee, but the reality of the grant program as I see it, I mean, this money is going to come back to us. It's going to come back to us in the form of taxes. So in actual fact, the net position of the city is zero on this. Am I missing something? I mean, we're collecting taxes. We're just giving, the grant money is going from against money that we're collecting, correct?
That is correct. I think I'll get Mr. Zabo to talk about why the grant program. I understand your
No,
concept.
I'm not questioning the grant
I
program.
understand your concept. It's a timing issue.
No, I understand why we're going with a grant instead, because I know we can't do multi-year commitments. I get that. I just want to track the money because I think just, you know, this is money. We are going to be collecting the taxes. So my thought was, should we be earmarking those taxes in some way so that we're not, but the reality is, if it's the downtown core, those taxes, what we're going to be doing is essentially putting money into the CRL, correct?
There is an action with respect to that, correct?
Yeah.
And that was a conscious choice when we developed the
Right, so I just, because otherwise, if it wasn't already going to the CRL, I was going to ask whether or not we should be flagging the uplift. And otherwise, I worry a little bit that, you know, that it could just go off into the ether, and I'm not sure that's good practice. But if it's going to the CRL, probably it already answers that question. And if it's within the CRL boundaries, any uplift would be going to the CRL anyway, correct?
My understanding is correct. My colleagues, not all are within the CRL though.
Okay,
Just
all right.
just for full transparency.
So I guess, which I guess raises the question, if it's not in the CRL, if there's some good practice on our part that we should flag that uplift, those taxes that are being paid. I don't know where we would use them, but we are putting grant money in theoretically to offset them. And I'm wondering, so the question to me then is, what do we do with the grant money? What would we be doing with the taxes we now collected? Does it just go into general revenue, or should there be some discipline around that?
I think that's a question for our assessor as well. I think Kate's got in. She'd like to talk about it.
Hello. Hi, Councillor Henderson. You are both right and perceptive. The CRL issue is part of this program that we did take some time to think through, mostly because the general tax base would be paying in some ways double, because we'll be covering the provincial portion of what they do not pay in education tax. That would need to be covered as well as the municipal portion. But just to emphasize that although this is tax uplift, we do habitually budget tax uplift in every growth forecast we provide in our budget. So it isn't net new money. It is money that we had already established and expected to have available for general revenue purposes.
Great. My other question was about the education portion. I will come around a second time to ask that one. I hadn't realized that was part of it. Okay.
That's the sweetener that makes CRL's magic. Councillor McKean.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I would begin by saying I'd be happy to put the motion on the floor with the 4-year time horizon, which of course could be amended. And I have a couple of questions. Is that okay to put that on the floor right now?
Yeah, since it can be amended to be the other option, it doesn't narrow the debate too much, I think. So if that focuses the discussion, that may be helpful. So yeah, there's nothing stopping you from putting option 2 or B from the report on the floor. Just need a seconder for that.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Okay, so that's before us. Go ahead with questions.
Thank you very much. Would residential conversions of office towers be something that you would consider?
Yes, Councillor McKean, over 10 million.
Right, which probably for any significant office tower would reach that. The only concern I have about first come, first serve is then you're evaluating against your criteria, but not against each other. Am I right? Would there be another way to say that the deadline for applications would be, I don't know, March 15th, and then you would be able to evaluate against each other?
Councillor McKeon, I think that would add a layer of complexity to the program in terms of not everybody, it would hold up some people's construction timelines because some developers are ready to put an application in upon approval. Some other developers still need to come to a public hearing for rezoning and still need to work through the development permit process.
Right, okay. Understood. And I must say that I thought Councillor Henderson's comments about energy efficiency were poignant, as was the letter we all received this morning from the Downtown Business Association. I don't know if other councillors have had an opportunity to read that yet. Just one last one, I think. If we approve this today, with the criteria as you've discussed, we might add in something around energy efficiency. Does it come back to council, or is the program just turned over to administration to run then? In other words, would council ratify each one?
No, Councillor McKeon, the idea is if council approves a program today, and depending on what gets potentially added to the impact statement to deal with the environmental goals, the administration would go mobilize this program right away and start to get applications in as soon as possible on this. And the idea for that is to create that, is to create the process for construction to be able to happen in 2021. Developers need some certainty and some timelines associated with that.
Yeah, good answer. I think that's absolutely right. One last one. So if there was a tower project proposed, or perhaps even had received rezoning along the LRT route, maybe in the Jasper Place area or on the southeast alignment of the Valley Line, would that be considered still?
No, Councillor McKeon, it was only to the city centre node as defined in the city plan, and that was really as we looked at those three lenses associated with coming up with the program, was balancing, making sure that there's construction happening this year associated with job creation and creating those jobs within a concentrated area. The second one is about city plan goals, and the third one was really about just the financial realities. When we looked, we did look at a number of other nodes and corridors, and the reality is there was just not enough dollars to be able to stretch for a program to be have a meaningful impact within an area if we were to open it up to additional nodes and corridors.
Right. So, well, if I speak to the motion later, I will probably speak to the importance of downtown, but I'll leave that for now. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Just before we go to the next set of questions, I have had advice from the clerks that in order to specify an option, we still need to have, or we first need to have adopted the policy to frame the option or create the pathway for the option. And bound it for administration, and then fill in specific blanks about the parameters of it. So administration and the clerks are going to, understanding that there is a will to put that on the floor, are going to craft that into an acceptable form. And then I'll come back to you for that after we've had some more questions, Councillor McKeon.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Walters is next.
I think Tim was ahead of me.
Oh, okay. Pardon me. Yes, Councillor Carmel. Go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you both for the presentation today. So I just want to go back to something that Councillor Henderson brought up. First of all, on the premise that a building is not going to get built except for this grant, then we're going to get the benefit of property tax from that building someday, where otherwise we may not. So in that respect, it's potentially repaid and there's a gain. Is that?
That's correct.
But if a building was, just to play devil's advocate for a second, if a building was going to get built anyway, then we're actually foregoing the incremental property tax that would be paid in the intervening years. We're losing revenue.
That is correct.
And those are the sort of the two bookends to the conversation.
And it's-
So if a building was going to get built but is just delayed, now we're doing arithmetic to find out whether there's a net benefit or detriment on that project.
Yes, it is difficult to parse our growth projections on whether something would or would not have been.
And they're not sharing their pro formas, so we don't really know what their decision points are.
But to be fair, through our feedback, as Ms. McCabe said, this is an incentive program that would have them invest in Edmonton during uncertain times.
Right, I understand. I'm just playing out a few scenarios here. There could be a situation where a property has a particular value, and even though improvements start, the value of that property a year from now is below what the property value is today. So therefore, the taxes owed would be less than the baseline that we would establish today.
I'll actually get Kate to answer that, but I believe you're correct.
Hi. In theory, yes, it is correct, but what we're talking about is an improved property where previously there was not an improved property. Just inherently, the market would have to change massively for that not to be an incremental addition. So we're fairly confident that this baseline, being that it's sort of an unimproved baseline, will be improved no matter what the economic circumstances are by a building existing.
So it's extremely unlikely that would happen, is essentially.
It's extremely unlikely that would happen, yes.
Okay. Now, essentially, this is a cash flow solution to those that might build. You know, in ordinary circumstances, they have to contemplate the cost of construction, their inputs, and the carrying costs of those inputs until they generate revenue. And we're taking one of those inputs away to make the investment more palatable.
That's correct.
I've heard from some greenfield developers that have got the same notion. They're saying that if they cannot continue to develop land, or that there's land that they would develop, but they cannot afford that initial outlay of cost to allow that land to be developed. But that otherwise, they would create housing units in very highly dense city plan aware city plan, in accordance with the city plan, all of those other goals, that essentially the same goals can be reached, just not in the core. So I have an equity question there. Not so much that this plan should change, but is there an opportunity to look at another plan for other circumstances?
There could be, if that was the will of council, for us to look at another plan to look at what an incentive and or a cash flow program could be for development in other parts of the city. And I would just maybe ask Ms. Pearson to add something about the economic realities and the challenges associated with that.
Yes, we did hear through our stakeholders that, of course, many developers would like a program like this. So it was a matter of tailoring it also to our fiscal reality.
But is there opportunity for a second program? And, you know, a program for a greenfield development industry, for instance, would be just cash flow, not tied to property tax necessarily, but we'll loan you the money to get started and get the money back from you in a couple of years kind of a program.
Councillor, I would have to take that away to take
Do you need a subsequent motion to examine that? I'm worried about an equity thing, and that if we only have one plan and not other plans, that we're essentially picking winners and losers, and I'm a little worried about going down that road.
I think we've done the best we can with our fiscal reality right now to focus that. I can't dispute your winners and losers concept, but the concept of aligning what we've done to the city plan and where the city wants to go, I think we've done what we can with this funding. If you wanted a second one, I mean, if it's the will of council, we can look at it.
And there's a funding source question there, I understand.
There will be a significant funding source question on that. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Cam Ashmore, just one quick thought. You said loan. We have limits on our ability to loan money out. We cannot loan money out to a for-profit corporation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ashmore.
Now it's Councillor Walters.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So maybe, Ms. McCabe or Ms. Pearson, what would you, if you were to say there's one or two of the most severe risks with us approving this policy and going down this road, what would they be?
One of the risks associated with this is that the development would have happened anyway. And so I think we've mitigated that with the impact statement and that the idea that the construction must commence in 2021, that's a strong component of this program. I think the second risk is Councillor Carmel's point about picking winners and losers, that there is a focus and a prioritization on this, and that is it's not equitable across the city and to all developers, because not all developers are working in the downtown area.
Okay. Was there ever any feedback or consideration given to this being, rather than a grant, some sort of investment, where we took an investment approach to it as opposed to just a kind of grant giveaway, whether it be investment in infrastructure around that enabled the project to go where those costs may have been inhibiting the developer from moving forward? Was that feedback provided?
That was considered, Councillor, far more difficult to assess and operationalize for 2021.
Right. Yeah, and I suspected that would be the answer. But over the long term, if we looked at, and I think we're going to keep discussing this in terms of how this idea would expand and how we would play in this space, that we could think about it from a longer term investment perspective, where you have actual hard infrastructure potentially that the city owns that enabled the project that may not have otherwise got done with renewal of roads and drainage, etc.
That's correct, Councillor Walters. We'll have to look at this through the growth management framework and that lens in terms of areas that for the city to develop and what are the right tools to use. And we did consider that tool, but just with the need to roll this out as quickly as possible for construction in 2021 and a number of other reasons, we've made the suggestion of the grant program before you today for consideration.
Right, and so this is operating dollars, but these are one-time grants, so they're kind of one-time dollars. The going out, and I think it was right. I think the mayor asked this question at committee. Is this the best use of this? $20+ million. Is it aligned, with our priorities? And I guess I don't know if there's any further thinking that you could provide around that. When I think about other opportunities and investment, like the LRT upgrades at Exhibition Lands, which would compel, maybe more expedient development there. So just kind of thinking about both of those opportunities. I wondered if you had any further reflection on that.
Councillor Walters, my answer to that question would remain the same as previous Monday, that this is really ultimately a decision of council. We don't have where this would fall within the overall prioritization of the things that that will advance the city plan, but it does help with short-term job creation in 2021, as well as long-term downtown vibrancy in terms of having more people live in the downtown, which are both plans, are both goals of the city plan.
So this money leverages other investment and jobs in 2021 versus this money directly invested in a piece of infrastructure like the proposed LRT upgrades that does create jobs, but not this year, and we couldn't even say when. Not with, other than those jobs directly associated.
That is correct.
But it wouldn't leverage other construction jobs.
That's correct, Councillor.
Is it better to? So I guess I don't know if it's the right question. Is it better for the city to give a few applicants 5 years or more applicants 4 years relief through this grant or aid through this grant? Is it-
Yeah,
that's 4 versus 5 year question.
Councillor Walters, there's trade-offs on either side, and I would say that there wasn't a consensus reached from the outreach that we did. I will say that this program was designed in a limited amount of time in order to be able to get the construction going in 2021. And so, you know, I think there's trade-offs on either side. 4-year program with a tower, if somebody's building a tower, that only gives, it takes 2 to 3 years to build it and only 1 year. So we have heard from some of the developers that are building higher towers that that's not quite enough to be able to incent them. And so that's why there's a desire for 5 years for some of those developers. Other developers spoke very strongly to the 4-year program because it opens it up potentially for more people because it doesn't have the first come, first served nature associated with it.
Thank you. Sorry for pulling a Walters there, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. Next is Councillor Katarina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and having heard from committee last week on that, just some clarifications. So we're only speaking about 2021. This is not a program that someone in 2022 can, or 23 or 24 can access, right? It's strictly this year's.
That is correct, Councillor. The intent is to keep the construction going in 2021.
Okay, and so with the 22.9 that's been estimated with this, if it's oversubscribed, we would have an opportunity to look at that amount. If it's undersubscribed, what would happen then?
Councillor, thank you for that question. I wanted to highlight that, so I truly appreciate it. I think we would know by the end of 2021, if it's undersubscribed, how much money could be released back for use in something else.
In doing something.
Yes, so it's not like we'd be waiting the 5 years to then release it. We would have really good indications, ideally, after the construction season to release the funds. So I appreciate the question. Thank you.
And another clarification on this, obviously the parameters, the 10 million in value, those sorts of things. How are we defining start of a project? Is it acquiring a permit? Is it digging a hole in the ground? Is it what criteria is there that we would say that this has actually started? Because I don't want to see a circumstance where someone gets the permit and then might not actually do much more than that. Is there criteria that a certain amount of build has to be done in 2021? Whether it's the hole in the ground, whether it's foundations, whether it's something else that been built in?
I'll start and let Mr. Ashmore perhaps speak to the details on it, but the intent is that construction commences in 2021 and that you would be added into the program upon an approved development permit and then an approved grant application.
Okay. So with, I think other clarifications here. So that's at the permitting. So you have a permit, you've applied for the program, and you've been approved. So what do we want in 2021? What do we mean by start of construction? Is there a criteria for that, or is there a dollar amount or activity that needs to be done or not?
So I can fill in some of the holes, Councillor. So there's 2 different scenarios in terms of what we would consider start of construction, because you might have a project where they had already demoed. So you've demoed previously, say in 2020 or 2019. So you don't want demolition to be considered the start of the construction on that. You'd still want that project to be able to proceed. So if you've previously demoed, start of construction would be when you start to actually build. If you haven't demoed yet, demolition would be considered start of construction. But to be clear, until there's actually an uplift, there's no grant. So practically speaking, what ends up happening is you end up signing a grant funding agreement. The the city at that time would estimate, assuming that the project is complete, this would be the amount of money, sort of, that we would have to pay out over the course of the next 5 years, simply because assessment isn't a perfect science for 5 years from now.
Right.
But we don't actually pay it out until there's something there.
There,
But
okay, that's understood.
The first come, first serve aspect of it, Councillor, because you still have to set this money aside for budgeting purposes.
Okay, that's understood. So, Ms. McCabe, this is actually probably one of the, I shouldn't put it the easiest, but this would actually affect the city plan and direction that we were going to go with density and that, and obviously the core or downtown is an obvious choice for this. And this, I guess, is the always the question, the chicken or the egg. You need population in order for retail and hospitality industries and others to locate in an area where there is population, and you need the retail business trade available for people to actually move to the downtown as well too. So this certainly fits into that sort of cycle that we're looking at.
Councillor Caterina, this program will help to create more people living downtown in the long term, which is a goal of the city plan.
Terrific, thank you. I'll speak to it when it's time.
Thank you. Councillor Knack on the first round still.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to revisit a bit of the conversation from last week and double check a few things. So the challenge before us is that, I mean, our tools that we have to do this are fairly limited at the moment. There's a conversation that we have in March where we're going to explore different ways that we might be able to use different tax tools to advance certain things. Is that correct? Do I remember that correctly from last week?
So, Councillor, we do have a report coming forward related to tax subclassing, which we'll be discussing during that March 1st conversation.
So maybe the follow-up to that is, so we chatted about it last week, but something like, so right now Bill 7 doesn't apply to residential. Has there been any conversation or any idea if the province would be open to something like that? So, again, recognizing, I think why I ask that is that I think from what I understand, the reason why we're talking about what we're talking about is there's really no other option for us today. So it's less about that. But if there is this conversation about how do you treat other locations in the future, how do we fund that in the future, that feels like it could be a tool that might allow us more flexibility going forward.
I'll let Ms. Watt answer.
Hello, Councillor. We understand from our contacts at the Government of Alberta that there really is no appetite to extend this facility to anything other than non-residential properties, primarily because their intent is to encourage industrial investment within the province as a whole, and to introduce a degree of competitiveness between municipalities. Having said that, that does not mean that council could not, approach the government to request. But if you were just to ask me, I don't think that is likely to be happening anytime soon.
That's fine. I ask because I just wonder if that's something, again, these questions probably need to be thought about more subsequent to this. So maybe I'll stop asking them now because I feel like I'm trending into a subsequent discussion. But I just want to know when I can have that. So I'll think about that and stop asking questions now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, can you hear me okay?
Yes, proceed.
Great. Okay, so it's an interesting conversation. So just as far as and correct me if I'm wrong, this money is coming from, okay, how do we make up the difference, I guess is my question. Is it FSR? Is it, because someone eventually is carrying the burden. It's just not the criminal foul, right?
So Councillor, we have suggested that the funding source be the COVID appropriated FSR. This would not be contemplated without the pandemic and the elements there. So that's our suggestion.
Right, okay, so, but it is FSR, it was just earmarked for COVID relief.
That is correct.
Yeah, okay, so have we seen success for these kind of programs in other municipalities? And if so, do we have that documentation? Can we prove it to the public?
There's always challenges with proving that an incentive program absolutely for sure incented exactly what was intended through the program. There is other examples of these types of programs throughout Canada, mainly in BC and a number used in the US. And what we have heard from the developers and investors is that they do make a difference in terms of incenting development in this space.
But we don't have the numbers.
If we were to do a detailed literature review, Councillor Paquette, we could provide you with some numbers associated with that. With the time that we were allowed for the program, we did look at other cities' programs and what they had offered. For example, we looked at Kamloops and Tacoma and Nanaimo as 3 examples, and that they have reported that they've got similar programs, but it is difficult to obtain exact key performance indicators related to the incentive impacts. And that's why a program like this would be before council, because it is a values-based discussion about whether or not council wants to be in this space.
Oh, okay, that's interesting, because with helping organizations or arts organizations, things like that, we really stress the ROI, right? We really stress that multiplier effect and multiple studies to prove it. And, we're not even talking in the same range of money. So it just seems that we should have some way to prove the efficacy of the program and the ROI before we make this move, just in the interest of being good fiscal managers, right?
Councillor Paquette, that's why we're suggesting the impact statement that looks at what the intended outcomes are, and then an option, no, not an option, then the requirement to have to submit if those intended outcomes were achieved, as well as the city to go back and audit the use of the funds.
Yeah, but at that point, the fund's already gone, and the question is this the best ROI we can get for $23 million? Are there CBAs built into this, like some form of community benefit agreements, family units that are affordable for families on low income, that sort of thing? Are there requirements?
Councillor Paquette, all of the other requirements of building a tower in City of Edmonton would have to be adhered through this process. So the community benefits for direct control is an example, that policy would still apply. We're not suggesting that policies that exist would not apply through this program.
Okay, because it seems to me that maybe we can get more bang for our buck then if this is what council chooses to do, where we have very explicit requirements for affordable family housing, because not only do we get the potential and possible, and that's still in the air, I guess, uplift from this program, but then families who've been impacted by COVID actually get that relief in the form of affordable housing for low-income families. Has any thought gone into that?
Councillor Paquette, we're responding to a motion of council to look at high-impact construction, and we've come back with what we think of a program that responds to that motion. When we looked at that program and design of the program, we made sure that there was a strong tie to job creation, as well as to city plan goals in terms of downtown vibrancy and having people live in the downtown.
Okay, and part of vibrancy is having a whole gamut of folks being able to live downtown. I'm out of time.
Thank you. Who's senior among those present?
Councillor Henderson.
Councillor Henderson, if you would mind taking the chair.
Will do.
So, meant in the deputy mayor rotation, but we're all aging gracefully, faster and faster in COVID. But anyway, I asked this question at committee, but just in case anything has changed, I think that the first test for me is whether anything else has arisen that is a more urgent priority or risk for the dollars in reserve related to COVID impacts that we either might need these for or might need to save them for, or whether administration is still comfortable that this is a worthy priority for COVID response.
So, Your Worship, we are keeping track of all the pressures. I don't have, like I said, a committee,
Yeah.
I don't have a crystal ball. That said, we are looking, we are trying to finalize our fiscal year end, and maybe we can find some money there to contribute to this as well. But I am confident that with all the pressures that I know about right now, we can afford this within that context.
Okay. And that's important just as table stakes for this. The other sort of program-specific question that my team is getting is just clarity around, is it specifically for residential, or in the case of office conversion, which is in the news right now, if that conversion is to quasi-residential or in a gray area of a long-term suite hotel, for example, which has been contemplated for one of the buildings, would that be eligible, or is it limited to residential in the pure sense?
I'd say it's not limited to residential into the pure sense. What it is limited to is the parameters around the 10 million, as well as the 50 units of residential. So it could be 50 units of residential plus with a possible addition of other components to the tower.
So it can be a mixed-use building, but it would require 50 units of, but I guess we wouldn't distinguish about the tenancy of those units, other than at the permit stage, we would make a distinction between, and I guess there are tax issues between hotel and residential as well, because one is classed as non-residential and the other is classed as residential.
It's required to have 50 dwelling units.
Dwelling units, okay. Okay, so I guess with retrofit, there'd be the other issue that you're actually losing tax base, which will happen if there are retrofits from non-residential use to residential use. So the premise here being that this is about net new tax growth that wouldn't happen otherwise, potentially being deferred for some years, would be a bit challenging on the retrofit side. But if there were retrofit, well, this would be, if you were thinking about doing a residential retrofit of an office building, it would seem to me this would be extremely attractive. Because would the amount of the grant then be equivalent to the tax change, or the tax burden on the commercial building being foregone for the 4 or 5 year period?
I'll look to my assessment team on that.
That is a really great question, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure that we've contemplated it to that degree. Speaking off the top of my head, we would be looking at the total tax uplift from a baseline. We would need to consider what that baseline was in sort of as of the valuation date of July 1st, 2020. So in that instance, we may run into a situation where the building development does not recoup its tax uplift. I doubt that there would be many instances of such a thing, but I might ask Cam Ashmore to weigh in at this point, just to, if he's in his great legal brain has thought of that scenario. Cam?
Yeah, I think we have thought of that, Mr. Mayor. So just to give you an example of what you're talking about, let's say the tax baseline for this year is $10 million of an office building. And they decide to retrofit that to a residential property. So they tear out some interior things, which creates, for period of time something that was worth $5 million. The tax baseline doesn't change. It's still $10 million. No grant is ever paid out on that property unless new construction takes it above $10 million again. So in theory, there might be an overall loss to the assessment base if they don't build something, but that shouldn't happen in practice because we're not going to approve a grant unless there's actually $10 million of new build there. And they're not going to get a grant. They're not going to want to go ahead with a grant unless they know that they're going to be saving something at the end of the day by doing the retrofit. So we're protected in terms of not having to pay a grant in that type of a situation. If there is no actual uplift, they have an incentive to make sure that the uplift goes into actual taxes.
Well, and as I recall, the real incentive is the change of use to res, which drops the mill rate considerably. So that's a parallel incentive and not stuck with this. I'm out of time.
Can you move a second round, though?
Sure, happy to move a second round of questions.
Looking for a seconder?
I'll second it.
Is there anybody opposed to a second round? I will declare that carried unanimously then.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson.
Back to you.
Back to you on the second round.
Yeah, I maybe made an assumption here that I was incorrect because I thought I'd read in here that we were only talking about the municipal portion. Are we talking about the education portion as well?
Councillor, we're not talking about the education portion for properties that pay an education portion. What we are contemplating is the entirety of the municipal portion, which for a large number of these properties, given that they are in the downtown CRL, would not be paying on any tax uplift. They would not be paying any provincial portion. So essentially
I just wanted to check that. So the reality is anybody within the CRL, we will still get the benefit, ironically, of the education portion because it'll come to in the CRL. Anybody outside the CRL will still be paying education tax to the provincial government.
That is correct. That is correct.
I just wanted to clarify that because I misunderstood what you said right at the end of my last questions, and I suddenly thought that we might be picking up the education portion as well.
My apologies, Councillor. I meant it within the CRL.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so ultimately, the CRL will benefit by that portion, so we'll be a little bit ahead there. Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McKean.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. There is a motion that has been drafted now, which I would be happy to make. And Madam Clerk, I don't know if it's possible to put it up. It's a little unwieldy, but I will start it. It's three-part. That attachment, number one, attachment 7 be added to the January 25th, 2021 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 00134, and that's with the policy with 4 years. Part 2, the Council Policy C625, 2021 Edmonton Economic Recovery Construction Grant Incentive Policy, as set out in Attachment 7 of the January 25th, 2021 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 00134, be approved. And Part 3, that the Edmonton Economic Recovery Construction Grant, as specified in Council Policy C625, be funded through COVID-19 amounts set aside in the appropriated financial stabilization reserve for up to a maximum of $22 million, with amounts to be released annually from the reserve starting in 2022 and ending in 2026, and an amount to fully offset the grant expense in each year. Whew.
It's also been provided in the chat for the councillors, as well as the link to attachment 7, and the only changes is the replacement of the word 5 with 4.
And Councillor Knack, you had seconded previously, so, all right, so that's before us. Did you want to speak to it, Councillor McKean?
You know, I might close on it.
Okay, fair enough. We'll see if there are further questions and then amendments, and then go into speaking. Councillor Caterina?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for the motion on the floor. I want to ask, so option 2, option 3, so the 4-year to a 5-year, what is the added risk or not, or is there a significant degree of increased risk to the 5 or over the 4? I'd like to flesh that out for myself.
So, Councillor, one of the added risks is the uncertainty of projecting the taxes out that far, so whether the cap would be sufficient. But we have that risk in year 4, just it's an additional year in year 5. So that is one of the biggest risks that I see with respect to this.
And that risk being what, the dollar amount, the uplift, the applicants, what is the
risk for me
difference in risk?
The risk for me, Councillor, is whether the dollars will be sufficient depending on the number of applicants, but Ms. McCabe also has a risk.
Councillor Caterina, another risk is just the type of development in terms of how long the program is for and the incentive for how long it is after the building is constructed. We did hear very different viewpoints on this, that the 5-year program was preferred because it would allow for construction which for a tower takes 2 to 3 years, and then for a grant program for the time to lease that building up for 2 years after. Whereas developers that were perhaps building shorter towers, that the 4-year program would be a better program for them. So, you know, it's a challenge to come up with what the if there was, because there wasn't a consensus reached on this, but I would say that there was a stronger desire towards the 5-year.
Yeah, that's the impression I got as well too. And given the area that we're discussing here, the downtown core, mostly within the CRL, that and to get the density that we're looking for, and that then to trigger the other component of this is not just residential. Downtown needs that vibrant retail, hospitality industry, dining, cultural, everything that we expect a good downtown to be as a reflection of the entire city. So in my mind, I think the 5-year is worth the slight additional risk involved that then would cover the large projects that we are obviously anticipating and have approved for the area to get going. So in the majority of them are, my recollection, are towers, are large construction with a mixed use of commercial retail as components of it. So, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if it's appropriate now to make that amendment strictly for the time frame from 4 years to 5 years, keeping everything else the same. And if that would be friendly to the original mover.
I think that's friendly. I just didn't want it to lose on the 5-year. So.
Yeah, my thought as well too, but given that the 5 years would cover all possibilities, smaller projects and large projects, because the larger projects we heard from the industry that given the amount of time of construction and leasing the spaces and those sorts of things are that much more onerous, and 5 years would be much more beneficial, I think, to everybody concerned, large towers or smaller complexes. So
I'll deem that friendly, Councillor, and Mr. Mayor, thank you very much.
We need to, because it's a fairly substantive change, we need to restate, is the advice that I'm getting from clerks. But I think what I'm going to ask for is just a quick 2-minute recess so I can confer, because I'm just having a little bit of trouble hearing. So just so I'm really clear what clerks needs from us to get a clear decision, if you could just pause on Councillor Caterina here, we'll come back to it. I understand the intent, it's just because it's a multi-part motion. I just need to get a bit of clarity. So if there's no objection, if we could take just a couple of minutes here, don't go anywhere. I'm just going to confer with the clerks off to the side. Stand by, please. I just got a bit of a case of the Mondays here tracking the different attachments. So the advice from the clerks, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that if there is consent to look at the 5-year option with the cap, then instead of attachment 7, which is the 4-year option, we would refer to, is it attachment 5?
Yes, and we're just going to take a few seconds, if that's the intention, to make sure that there are no other changes that need to be made to attachment 5, which is the original policy. And if so, we can make those quick changes today.
So let me just, before we do that, let me just test with council. Is everyone okay with going with 5-year with the cap? Or is there anyone who wishes to debate the merits of 5 with the cap versus 4 as originally circulated? You may or may not agree with the program, but if no one wants to debate the difference between 4 and 5, 5 having the cap, then we can take unanimous consent to reformulate the motion around 5 based on Councillor Caterina's suggestion and with the mover's consent to have the motion updated accordingly. So we'll just give clerks a moment to make sure we're referring to the right attachment. We no longer need to add attachment 7. So the motion will be reformulated here. Stand by, and then I'll go back to Councillor Caterina to double check that it's, because he still had a little time on the board. Okay, the cap's covered in attachment 6, so. Okay, so if, okay, so let's get part 1 and 2. Part 1 refers to the policy, C625, and approves it, and then as stated in attachment 5. But let's just get okay, so what's up on the screen there, that attachment 5 be approved as the policy, and that the budget adjustments to implement that policy be authorized. And then what's not stated, but what can be understood, is that administration will work in accordance with attachment 6 to implement, which includes the cap. And I think that the other reason it would be redundant to say that is that the budget provides a cap, essentially. So administration is simply describing how they will live within the budget amount of 2, which is sufficient limitation to cap the program, absent a budget amendment down the road. So that's before us. Councillor Caterina, that works for you? Further to your questions?
Mr. Mayor, yeah, that is satisfactory. And if this is just an adjustment, I don't believe this has to be restated. And rightly so, Councillor McKean, his motion, this doesn't replace that, it just amends it.
We've, with unanimous consent of the group, taken a friendly update to the motion to reflect the group's evolving intent.
Okay, with that, so in saying that the mover and the seconder remain the same?
Yeah.
Okay, I would ask Councillor Knack if he would remove his second and allow me to second this.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, if that's appropriate, I would like to second Councillor McKean's motion as amended.
We'd have to actually withdraw the motion, strictly speaking, to change the seconder at this point. So.
Okay, I won't put you through that.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Councillor. Your desire to collaborate on this, though, is evidenced in what we've just accomplished here, and let the record show. So thank you. Councillor Henderson?
Yeah, I have another amendment that I've sent to the clerk. I don't know if this is going to cover it. It was my stab at this, so I haven't had a chance to run this by administration, so it may or may not be right, but was that sustainability / energy transition benefits be used as a lens in the impact statements, or in the lens in the impact. You know, I think it's probably the impact statements is what you were looking for, correct? Does that cover it? And I think if we just make it a part 3, I think that's the simple.
Are you wanting to add that as a criteria in the policy? Or
I'm not sure the best way to do it, but I think I heard that we need to flag it if so.
Our recommendation would be in the impact statement. We had in the impact statement things such as GBA plus or environmental considerations, and this direction would solidify that as a requirement as part of the impact statement.
So I think if the part 3 directs that the impact statements address environmental sustainability commitments on the part of the applicants as part of their application.
Yeah, that's the intent. I just wasn't, sorry, I didn't have a chance to run it by you.
If it helps at all, I would consider that friendly as well.
Since we're creating a full new bullet point, I think it's best for us to do it. I appreciate your accommodating nature, Councillor McKean, but I think best to add it as a point 3 specifically.
Sorry, and just for absolute clarity, Mr. Ashmore is messaging me, and I'm just trying to get clarity on, Cam, if you're wanting that change made to attachment 5 as presented. I'm just not seeing the reference to 2026 in paragraph 2, but apologies. I got a few slides open right now.
Sorry, Aileen, it's not the attachment, it's the motion itself. Paragraph 2 of the motion currently says, released annually from the reserve starting in 2022 and ending in 2026.
Thanks, Cam.
That actually becomes 2027 on a 5-year plan for the budget.
Okay,
Yep.
that's, okay, so 2 separate tidy-ups. One, which I think we can take as friendly, which is that it should be out to 2027 because it's a 5-year authorization. Yeah, well, if the first disposition is 21, then 26 is the 5th year. I think we can leave it. We got 2 lawyers and an engineer and a dramaturge walk into a council chambers. The CFO is good with 26, so let's go with that. Okay, so separating that issue aside, let's go back to, do we have the wording for Councillor Henderson's part 3?
So we will include it as that the sustainability and energy transition benefits be used as a lens in the measurement of the impact statements.
And so that's a point 3? Do you folks want a minute? Okay, let's take a couple more minutes and give Councillor Henderson an opportunity to convene with the clerks and administration on the wording. The question is simply whether it impacts the policy or if it impacts administration's implementation of the policy. One must amend the policy, one is subsequent direction. So we'll just give them a moment to come to consensus about how admin wishes to be directed in this regard. So stand by, please.
We're good to go.
We shall see. Okay, we're back, and some wording for a amendment to add a point 3, which is on the screen there. Councillor Henderson, would you be so kind as to read in the wording?
That the sustainability energy transition benefits be used as an indicator in the impact statements.
Seconder?
I'll second.
I think Councillor Banga got that one. Okay, speaking to it, Councillor Henderson?
Well, I just think, given that this is part of our policy, I think there's a kind of rigor. I think it's just worth stating because I think it's, especially if we're ponying up resources here, I think we have an expectation to fit with the rest of our policies around this, so.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd also like to put forward an amendment.
To Councillor Henderson.
Do we have to vote on this amendment from Councillor Henderson?
Yeah, let's deal with this one first, and then if there are other separate from this consideration would require a separate amendment, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor, since you've got the amendment on the floor, Councillor Cartmel, if you could take the chair.
I have the chair.
Yeah, I appreciate Councillor Henderson bringing this forward. If we wind up, especially in the event where we have competing proposals that an administration is looking for a reason to decide between proposals, I think alignment with our environmental goals is a good lens to bring to bear, as well as the GBA Plus and inclusion goals, which might speak to procurement. I think the caution, which I hear loud and clear from administration as well, though, is that we don't want to make the program too onerous for people to apply to or create barriers. And the clear imperative here is the construction activity and the benefits that come from having the investment in the downtown, and then subsequently the additional neighbors to support demand downtown, and that's the first imperative. But in a situation where we're weighing the merits between projects, recognizing that they're already designed, I think sending a clear signal to market that this is also a continuing priority for council over and above the economic development, I think is wise. But shouldn't get in the way of the program rolling out. So there is a fine tension there, which I think this balances, and which I think administration is well aware of. And I think we're seeing tremendous innovation in this regard from the construction industry, and a moving regulatory floor from the senior orders of government on these anyway. So I think this is marching forward, and if there's an opportunity for this program to recognize that if push comes to shove and it's oversubscribed, that's a good thing, as long as it doesn't get in the way of the construction activity that we want to catalyze. So I think it's both and I appreciate that Councillor Henderson's framed it to allow that. So I'll support the amendment. Take the chair back. Turn the chair. Go to Councillor Zadig.
Thank you. This is one of those interesting situations where I'm against the whole program, and I'll speak to that later. But this amendment does make it better, so I'll be happy to support this amendment to advance this. And if it ultimately is passed, then this makes the program better. But I'll provide some additional comments when we get to the main motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further on the amendment?
Well, I'm just wondering if it's simpler for me to amend the amendment rather than make another amendment, because environmental impacts was part of mine. And the other aspect of it was, of course, what I was asking questions about before, which was adding on the affordable housing component. And that way we've got the whole community benefit agreement package sort of set. And I wonder if that's simpler to just add it to this amendment, or to wait and make another amendment after this.
So if you were to add the words and/or affordable housing benefits?
Yeah.
So that sustainability/energy transition and/or affordable housing benefits be used as an indicator in the impact statements?
Yeah.
That could,
is that friendly?
That could work, rather than a separate point 4.
I'm happy to make a separate point 4, but in the interest of time, I just thought this might be simpler.
Yeah, okay, understanding now where you're going with that, I think we can take that as an amendment to the amendment. So is there a seconder for that?
Second.
Oh. Councillor Knack got that by a whisker, so go ahead in introducing it, Councillor Paquette.
Not a lot needs to be said, just, it's a lack of change, and the community is definitely going to want to know that there's some sort of benefit coming out of it that applies to the community in ways that they can understand and see. And it also adds a multiplier effect, as I mentioned in my questions, that not only is this money going to be used I guess, to create some future tax uplift and employment, but it's also COVID relief for families who are having maybe a little bit of trouble. And so we get 2 hits. And really, it's the thing that would get my support. Otherwise, obviously, I would not support this motion. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Councillor Zadek, are you on again?
Yeah, actually, quick question to administration, since this is a new amendment.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, thank you. I'll be quick. Some trouble that I think I'm identifying here is that many of these projects that are qualifying are already good to go. And the whole premise behind this was to get construction happening in the year 2021. So while I support, I just indicated support for the previous amendment, and this new amendment sounds good to me in principle. But to what point are developers going to take these projects off the shelf now and adjust in order to qualify for this money? And actually, so this is a bit of speculation. I'll jump to the question. Do we anticipate that any projects will get pulled that you were anticipating going forward as a result to adhering to these new requirements?
Councillor Zadek, thank you for that question. When we look at the impact statement, it's not a criteria for decision making. So the criteria for decision making is first come, first serve, approved development permit, and an approved grant application, which means that the definition of construction commencing in 2021 would occur. These things that are being added to the impact statement, that is the way that we will measure the success of the program. So we will make sure that there's a criteria associated with the project that the developer has to report back on in terms of the environmental outcomes and/or affordable housing if that was added.
Okay, thanks for that. In the interest of time, I'll indicate support for the amendment, but still suspicion of the whole program, which I'll speak to also briefly, but later on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKeon?
Very quickly, I worry about overcomplicating the messages we're going to send out on this, but I just want to speak on behalf of constituents, and I think there would be tremendous support in the greater downtown for adding in the words around affordable housing, so I will support this.
Thank you. Any further thoughts? Councillor Paquette to close on the amendment to the amendment.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we've got the wording up so that we know what we're voting on.
It's been sent in the chat, so it's the amendment to the amendment is that the following be added to part 3 of the motion after the energy transition benefits.
Okay, I'd probably take out the "or" in that phrasing. Makes it optional. And I don't think that's the intent. But this is a complicated one because obviously this is council driven. We don't have the data that we want to know what our ROI is going to be. We hold organizations to an incredibly high standard to show us these sorts of things and that multiplier effect of every dollar invested. So if we are going to do this, we have to have some form of making sure that the public sees that there is a benefit that they will accrue beyond sort of hand waving and saying it's probably going to be pretty good. We've seen it in other cities. We don't have the numbers, but we hear it works. I'm not sure if that's really inspiring confidence in me, so I don't know if it would inspire confidence in the public. However, if there is the stipulation that there is a benefit for the entire city here, that makes it a little bit different. Otherwise, it just looks to the public a little bit like it's like they need to see where they're getting bang for their buck, because ultimately this is the public's money. And so I just hope people will support this. And again, to me, without this, the whole idea doesn't hold water. I wouldn't vote for any of it. But with this amendment, that pushes it over the threshold for me. So thanks.
Thank you. Please vote on the amendment to the amendment.
I'm a yes. Program crashed.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Madam Clerk, I'm a yes as well, as nothing showing up here to vote, so.
Thank you, we've got that, thank you. Councillor Essinger, do you want to just triple check that you were able to see the vote pop? Councillor Zadek?
I'll say yes, Zadek.
Sorry, would you mind redeclaring your vote, Councillor Zadek?
Yeah, it's not coming up, so I'll just say yes.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton? We've got yours. Councillor Henderson?
Yeah, my program crashed too, so I'm back in, but I will say yes.
Thank you. We have 13 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. The amendment to the amendment is carried unanimously, so now we're back to Councillor Henderson's amendment as just amended. So we need to vote on that, but before we do, I'll give Councillor Henderson the last word if there's anything to add.
Just really quickly, I mean, I think one of the reasons why it's important to keep this as part of the conversation, and I wish it could be stronger. I actually feel that this probably isn't strong enough, but I recognize these development permits are in, and that's, that pulling them back in order to deal with this is going to defeat the other purpose. But we know we've had this debate about how we get much better building stock beyond the existing building code. It's part of the energy transition strategy. We've had this conversation with industry about how to do it. We have choices between incentives and regulations. They have been asking for incentives and us not to go down the regulatory route. That's a debate that's going to be coming up. But the reality is any building we build today is going to be around for 30, 40, 50 years. And if we are not building to the standards we need in 2030, let alone 2050, we're going to have to go back and retrofit these buildings. And I think that's why we have to be as vigilant as we can. And I'm hoping this at least sends a message. Ultimately, because I suspect most of these are going to be rental properties anyway, the way it's sounding, there will be benefits to the builder in order to be able to meet the higher standards because it will come off their operating costs. So I'm really hoping that industry hears this as a message. They don't want us to go down the regulation road. We've heard that. This is an incentive, and I'm hoping that they'll follow through on it because ultimately the costs are going to be higher to them, not raising the bar right now. So we need this lens on everything we do going forward. One way or the other, we have to achieve these ends, and that's going to come forward in our strategy. If we don't, we're going to be spending a lot of money down the road. So hopefully this will have some effect.
Thank you. Please vote on the amendment as amended. Adding the part 3.
Councillor Banga?
I'm a yes.
Thank you. Councillor Katarina?
I'm a yes as well, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councillor Zadek?
Yes.
Councillor Essinger?
Yes.
And Councillor Hamilton?
Yep.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Display the vote. That's carried. Okay, we're now back to the main motion as amended with the inclusion of part 3. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to that?
Mr. Mayor, just a clarification for me, please.
Yeah.
On part 2, it still states starting the program in 2022, releasing funds. Is that incorrect? 2022 to 2025? 2026, I'm sorry. That's a 4-year. I thought program started this year.
For the construction of this year, the payment would start the next year, Councillor, and it is still a 5-year program.
It is a 5-year, okay, so just a clarification on this. Thank you for that.
22, 23, 24, 25, 26, I think is what we landed on.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Good to double check, though. Councillor Zadek?
Thanks. This is to speak to it, just
Correct.
to be clear. So, all right, awesome. Well, so real estate is actually booming as an industry right now. So that's the first premise where I'm not supporting this. Also, it's with COVID relief money, and there's many small and medium-sized businesses that are hurting. But this project for projects over $10 million could be construed as corporate welfare, in my opinion. Currently, there's a 17.9% downtown office vacancy rate. So if this was about retrofitting, as some councillors mentioned, I think that would be different. I think that'd be wise. I'm not too keen on the first come, first serve approach. To me, that indicates that these projects are going to go forward anyway, so their assistance is not required. Again, in my opinion. And the city plan was referenced as justification for this, but there are 15 districts in the city plan. So while we do want a strong and robust downtown, there's also 15 other areas of the city where we want to start building up some density. And I'm not seeing any equity across the city for that. So I don't know why we would just be concentrating on downtown right now. So for those reasons and a few more, I'm not going to support this. But I also, at the same time, would just say that the city is stressed with our ways of generating revenues, and this is an interesting proposal with property tax lifts and all the other mechanisms that are built into it. So I'm glad that this was brought forward for debate. I'm thankful that we have this type of creative thinking, and I do think that there is merit in it, but just for the reasons that I started with, I'm going to vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to extend to complete? We've now got more folks on the board than time, but we can go a bit longer to finish this up if folks are okay. Can I get a motion to extend just to complete this item?
I'll move that.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor McKean, seconded by Councillor Esslinger. I'll just seek unanimous consent. Any objection to extending to complete? Not hearing any. We'll carry on then. Councillor Katarina, then Councillor Paquette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Councillor McKean, for putting the motion on the table. I heard from the industry last week at committee, and the downtown core is a reflection of the entire city. A healthy one is a healthy city, and having run businesses downtown in the mid-'70s, which many of you weren't alive at that time, certainly the vibrancy of a downtown made for a really healthy and vibrant city, offering all the things that people are looking for, whether it's retail, whether it's culture, whether it's opportunities to dine out and entertainment. And over the years, that's been obviously lost somewhat, and we're at a point where we want to attract people back to the downtown core, and having density there certainly makes businesses want to come back to the core, and vice versa with a vibrant downtown in the business sector and the hospitality and retail and all those sorts of things that we're looking for as quality of life to go hand in hand. And something else that hasn't been mentioned, but I think Councillor Henderson might appreciate this, that our winter strategy, we had a heck of a winter strategy 40 years ago in the downtown core, where we didn't rely on underground passageways and overground, over the street headways to keep you indoors, which sounded awfully good, but as a retailer on the street, taking all that walking traffic away certainly didn't help, and that was one of the demise, and I can speak personally to that, of the downward trend in the downtown core that took many, many years. And I think with our winter strategy and getting people back out walking on the street will bode well for attracting what we need in the downtown, which would then in turn help with the density, people wanting to live there, being close to the services and amenities that are offered. So I think this is a really good program. $22.9 million in the overall scheme of things really isn't a high risk for any of us to be looking at, and stimulating job growth and construction, I think, is absolutely needed at this point in time as we go forward. So I'm happy to support this in the fullest manner. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Caterina. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you. I'll be quick. This isn't the be-all, end-all of things we can do to help the city. So if anyone has any other programs to bring up that help small businesses, they probably should be working with administration and council to do that. This is one idea, and I'm not even a huge fan of this idea. I am not big on corporate welfare. I'm sure that comes as a huge shock. But I am in favor of folks being employed. I am in favor of our money staying in our local economy. And I am in favor of anything that is going to help folks get through COVID. And if ensuring that folks have jobs is one way to do this, then that's why I am voting for this. It's a tough time, and there's a lot of things that we have to consider. And I think that the most important thing we can do right now is put on our prudent hats and just muscle forward. And surprisingly, I'm not going to get populisty or campaign. I think I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson, if you could take the chair.
Will do.
So quickly, I think we had a good discussion about this at committee. I appreciate that everyone's had their thinking caps on administratively and the elected officials to build this to work. And like many things in COVID times, I mean, I think if we would study this for a really long time and do a lot of consultation and engagement and modeling, but I appreciate that this has been rapidly iterated. In response to what we've heard from folks in parts of our real estate community about downtown in particular, and I hear and appreciate Councillor Zadek's comments that it is hard to intervene in the marketplace, and that parts of the real estate market are booming, and certainly there is some unexpectedly strong activity in parts of the marketplace, but downtown and high-rise and rental construction right now is in trouble because of perceptions around congregate living, because of perceptions of safety and viability of downtown. And so it is in times like that where the market is afraid that some leadership and some intervention is occasionally required to send a signal of confidence from the governors of this city that downtown will be back, and that all of the work that we have done to build it is not in vain. But it's one thing for a household to, at sub 2% interest rates, decide that it's time to cash out their first house and move into their move-up house somewhere in the suburbs. The economics of that are fairly straightforward, and lots of people are doing that. But to make a go, no-go decision on a $100 million construction project right now, anywhere in the world, this is not about Edmonton, requires some chutzpah. And I think if we are able to nudge a few more of those decisions forward and forward in this year, that will be an immeasurable injection of hope for our downtown at a time where I believe it really needs it. And so I recognize that, as a recovering perfectionist, I would really want to know that this was going to be a perfect program. But I think we will be able to conclude, if construction activity proceeds, that this will have helped. And in 5 years, we'll have several million more in tax base in the downtown to show for it. And if the construction doesn't proceed, nothing ventured, nothing gained. So I think that absent other suggestions for how to use the COVID reserve to stimulate economic activity, to support a climate for business in the core of our city, which if that fails, and I don't believe that it will, I think rumors of our downtown's demise are exaggerated, but should it, or should confidence continue to wane, that will be bad for every business in this city and region. And so as goes your downtown, so goes your city, as we've said many times. And so I think a targeted intervention here that we will get paid back in not too many years in tax uplift is most importantly a show of confidence in this city's long-term potential, which you need to have that confidence to put $50 or $100 million out there. And hope that things are going to be better in 3 to 5 years, which after a vaccine is widely distributed and after the economy stabilizes, I think that'll be a good bet, but people need a reason to hope that we're going to get there. And I hope this gives them, whether they're in the vertical construction business or whether they're downtown wondering if street life is going to come back anytime soon for their mom and pop business. So I think it's a both and. So I'll be supporting it, obviously. Take the chair back and go to Councillor McKean to close.
Thank you, and I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your comments and the comments of my colleagues on this. I would not have been supportive of the kind of tax concession relief that councils offered way back, and I think what was called the Eaton Center Parkade, the tax concessions on it, ended only 2 or 3 years ago after, I think, a 25-year period of a tax break. This is, which may have been the reason why I wanted 4 years, but was happy to do 5, but it's time restricted. And, I hope we get some takers, and I hope it legitimately was the impetus for some of them to get some large projects going in the downtown. And, and I'm going to take some opportunity. I'm not campaigning either. I won't be over these coming months. As you know, I stated I won't be running again for council, but I will continue, as I did before I was on council, to suggest that a downtown is critically important to the life and health of a city. 100 business leaders met together about 10 years ago, and that was their argument in Edmonton. If you wanted to have a strong economy going forward in Edmonton, you needed a strong downtown. And it sends all sorts of signals to investors, to talent, that about what our priorities are and what our values are and what our prosperity's like and what our creative side is all about. So it is really important. And what ultimately, if we can get some of these towers moving ahead, is just, as the mayor said, more people on the street. And more people on the street downtown is what will draw others from other parts of the city to come down and visit. There's no best place to live in Edmonton. Downtown is not the best place to live in Edmonton. But imagine that we create a downtown where it is maybe the best place to go hang out on a weekend for people living in bedroom communities and suburban communities. So, and ultimately, what we're voting for here, and I share some of the concerns that others have expressed about putting money into the market, taxpayers' money into the market. But ultimately, this is a stimulus program to create jobs during the most difficult time, I hope, that all of us will experience in our lives. We're making our best guess on how to stimulate this economy, create jobs, and at the same time bring new life and revitalization to the hub of a billions of dollars LRT system, which will be integral to this city's future as well. So for all those reasons, I'm supporting this and with some trepidation, like many others mentioned, and I hope others can find a way to support it too. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina. Councillor Banga?
Yes, for me too, please.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. And that's carried 11-2. All right, let's break there, and we'll come back at 1:30 with the next item of business, which is item 6.5. So,
There may be one outstanding item related to item 6.4.
oh, right, there's another subsequent on that. So we'll come back to the subsequents if they're, as they form up over lunch, and we'll see you at 1:30. Thanks. Okay, welcome back. I'll roll call us back to order here, starting with Councillor Cartmell.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Caterina.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Councillor Zadek.
Good day.
Good day. Councillor Essinger.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Still here for now.
Welcome back then. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Councillor McKean.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Nickel.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Briquette.
So far, so good.
Thank you. Councillor Walters.
I'm present, sir.
Thank you. And Councillor Banga.
Happy Monday afternoon.
Happy Monday afternoon. Happier than the morning, anyway. Speaking only for myself, but you know, it's not quite a year, but just when you think you're getting used to these virtual meetings, I realize how much I miss actually having all of us together in the same place. I appreciate everyone's versatility and adaptability to this, but there's still something missing. And yet, we persevere. So we'll do what we can. And before we head to 6.5, there is a subsequent, at least one on 6.4. Councillor Cartmell, I'll go to you for that.
Thank you, Mayor Iveson. So I'll make the following subsequent motion, and that is that administration examine options for possible incentives to land developers to support commencing construction activity on land that would otherwise not proceed to development in 2021, including shared investment scenarios with utility providers, and provide a report to committee. And so I'll just briefly introduce this. In the intervening time...
Just need a seconder
I'm
for
sorry.
that.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Okay, carry on, Councillor Cartmell.
Thank you. And so I just wanted to reiterate that I had heard from some that there was a bit of a question around equity, that there are a number of builders and developers that would invest in our economy, employ people, build residential units in accordance with the city plan goals and objectives, and that we were potentially selecting one group over another. Now, I fully appreciate Councillor Zadek's comments this morning that there are parts of the real estate market and real estate world that are meeting with success, and so there may not need to be, or at least not as much of a need to incent activity. And I do absolutely agree with the comments made this morning, particularly from Councillor Caterina, about how the downtown is the heartbeat of the city, and you know, how your downtown goes, so goes your city. I fully support the motion just passed. But I do think we have an equity question that we should at the very least explore. And so that is the spirit of this motion, that we explore whether there ought to be something else we do. That what we've decided to do this morning is one thing that we're going to do, but not necessarily the only thing or the thing that we're going to do. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Well, maybe just to speak to it quickly, because I'm a little bit nervous about this. I was prepared to support the previous motion because it lined up with the objectives of the city plan, which involved over increasing the number of units that we're developing within the existing city, as opposed to the kind of that ratio between greenfield and infill. And it seems to me this undermines that again, and moves us away from that, which was supporting not just the developers, but a stated city building goal that was passed as part of the city plan. So that's my worry about this. You know, there may be arguments about the equity question, but I think there were reasons why the equity question made some sense in that circumstance, because it is based in policy that we passed very recently in the city plan to really up our game in terms of how much development is happening within the existing developed city. So this seems to me to moves away from that, and makes me nervous that about some of the reasons why I was prepared to support the previous one. So I don't know if I understand that in terms of jobs and things like that this is attractive, but that was only half the reason why I think it made sense to step up on the other development. So, and this doesn't have that second half of the puzzle to it, which is in alignment with the city plan. I will listen to the rest of the discussion.
Thank you. Councillor Caterina?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Councillor Henderson, I certainly appreciate your comments, but from this motion coming forward doesn't necessarily speak to strictly Greenfield, in my opinion anyway, that there would be an opportunity here to explore what happens at Blatchford and what happens at the exhibition lands, which are infill opportunities that have nothing to do with Greenfield. So from that perspective, I think that this actually subsequent motion will at least explore if there's an opportunity to help those areas out right in the middle of our city that actually do comply with the new city plan. So with that, I'll be supporting the subsequent.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, just a quick question. You know, so what we passed this morning, we, in general terms, pretty much understand what we're getting. In this new scenario, it seems a little bit more wide open, and I see that you don't really specify brownfield or industrial or greenfield or anything in the subsequent. So again, you know, I am curious, like, who do you anticipate is taking advantage of this, and for what purpose, and does it fit with city goals? Because to me, what we talked about this morning was fairly clear. This seems a little bit more, well, less clear. So that's my question to Councillor Carmel.
Thank you. Well, again, the motion suggests that administration bring back options. And so like the motion that was responded to this morning, those options would be presumably in alignment with the city plan, with city goals, with if there were greenfield, for instance, that was one of the considerations, then those neighborhoods would meet with the density requirements that we have, the goals and objectives of the regional growth plan, all of those kinds of elements that would come forward with any kind of a plan. This is not necessarily intended at any one proponent or any one market sector. As Councillor Caterina pointed out, we've got all kinds of opportunities for infill and for redevelopment within the core. Perhaps there's some incentive on that. You know, that speaks to perhaps some of our infill contractors that might have, you know, a barrier to overcome that might be met with an incentive program. So really what I'm saying is that there's other parts of our city that are ripe for development and are ready to build and that are equally shovel-ready, that would result in employment and investment, that would speak to a thriving city and attract other activity from away. So let's look at that.
Yeah, okay. So in your mind, is this, because I'm thinking if we did something like this, it would probably have to be a little bit more targeted than it appears on paper here. You know, what are we trying to achieve specifically? So I can see a scenario where, you know, builder like Habitat for Humanity, for example, that achieves some of our multiple goals and makes sense in the COVID context. Because if we're not helping everyone as much as possible, and we're just only helping industry, it's a hard sell to the public, a very hard sell. And people are going to capitalize on this, politicize it, use populist language rather than dealing honestly. So I think we need to be a little bit more specific with our terms here. And I'm wondering if we can do that.
Well, if that's to me, I'm open to suggestions about whatever clarity, Councillor Paquette, you'd like to offer, or you know, any language corrections that you might offer. I don't really care to speak about how this might be politicized, or you know, whether people are being dishonest or not with their applications or any of those other.
No one wants to talk about that, but that's the reality when we're making these deliberations.
Well, I look at it this way. It's a very dangerous game to get into investing in the private sector at the best of times. And I'm willing to have supported the motion earlier today. I think it was you, Councillor Paquette, that spoke to corporate welfare, and I am absolutely not in favor of that. But in these times where we're trying to activate parts of our community, to say that we've done one thing downtown and that's all we're going to do and that's all we're going to look at, I don't think that is the proper course either. I think we need to examine what other things might be done. And this has been perhaps purposely vague or open to allow that administration to come back with what other things they might offer.
And fair enough, okay. But again, I'll yield the rest of my time to the wisdom of the council on this one. But I think if we're going to consider this, should be a lot more targeted and specific.
Okay, well, we'll go through some more questions, and if there are any amendments, then we can consider those. Councillor Banga?
Thank you. Just a question for the mover first, and then I guess administration can pitch in if they want to do that. Actually, they should probably. Anyway, the question to the mover first is this equity question. When we just passed a cap on that $22 million, by exploring this, are we diluting basically the efforts we were trying to, I guess, encourage that create jobs, have the projects going forward that weren't going to go ahead, and also economic activities for enough of. So, comments, please, from you.
Councillor Banga, potentially, I would have to do some analysis to understand that. Part of the program in 6.4 that was recommended was to create that concentration of jobs in the downtown and that alignment with the city plan. And I'm thinking from this motion, the intent is to look at the entire city of projects that would not commence in 2021. So that would be a much more involved body of work.
Okay, so if this motion goes ahead, what would you think the timelines are for this to come back? Because we don't want to lose another construction season.
That would be, that is the challenge with this motion, is that we would need a much more involved engagement process with industry in order to do it, because we'd have to engage quite a few more developers, not just those who are concentrated in the nodes and corridors. We'd have to almost engage with everybody in the city. I'd say, so we would need, I would think, about 6 months to do this work.
Okay. I guess that's, again, all my questions. Of course, I am kind of, again, iffy for us to get involved in private sector investment. But, I mean, we know what we're doing, trying to increase jobs, economic activity, and bring in new construction. But I believe we might be just postponing the whole program probably for another year, if that's both these works are coming back together. So I want to comment, please, if that's probably for the mover.
Councillor Banga, what I'm proposing here is not part of what we've already passed today. What I'm proposing here is a second, if all I's were dotted and T's were crossed and something palatable came back, would be a separate and distinct incentive program of some sort that would be targeted at something besides what was targeted this morning. So it's not the same funding source, and it would not compete with the program. The program, as I understand it, that we talked about this morning, is proceeding with pace.
Okay, no, in that case, I don't think there's any harm in exploring, and sure, I wouldn't mind having that discussion at some point in time. I'll support it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. Councillor Essinger?
Thank you. And just to the mover, I'm just wondering what the scope you're thinking of. Because this morning we talked about projects that were over 10 million, and we talked about jobs that created a large number of jobs. Do you have a scope sense that you were thinking of when you considered this?
Thank you, Councillor Essing. I probably should have put that in the motion. I would suggest something of a similar scope. So something that is going to be a significant investment and create a significant number of jobs. Potentially, a similar number of residential units would be created. So I'm certainly open to that kind of a change in the motion.
The other question I had about it is, and you just mentioned this morning's project, we talked about residential units predominantly. For example, I've been approached by a group that wants to build, I think, a soccer arena and looking for some support. Would you look at residential projects, or are you looking at all kinds of projects, as long as they met that job threshold that you might be thinking of? I'm just trying to get a sense here.
Well, I was thinking primarily of development, of land development that allows not just a building to be built, but a number of buildings, residential and non-residential, in a community, or just a residential building on a particular infill property. I wasn't thinking along the lines of partnerships on recreation buildings, for instance, but because I think that's coming in a separate conversation, actually.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of just trying to hone in on what might be included here. And I note the motion this morning did talk about short-term job creation, and that might be something to think about as well. But I'll listen and see what others have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKean.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, as I understand it, or Ms. Harrison, as I understand it, you were tasked with looking for a stimulus program, which would hit a bunch of other higher goals. Thus, you suggested the downtown and the alignment with the city plan. And that's why you made that recommendation. You targeted an area for reasons that you drew out of the city plan, yes?
That is correct, Councillor. We did also look at the nodes and corridors and did cost that out in attachment 3 as well. But that again, consistent with the city plan.
So and tell me, I suspect you spent some time talking to a group of developers who probably well-known, smaller group because we know sort of who does towers. Tell me, and one of my concerns would be your capacity to do work that might be take a lot more, or involve a lot more people. Do you have any comment on that? Whether or not, A, you have the capacity to do that right now, and B, any idea how long it would take?
Councillor McKean, capacity is constrained, and we have been focused on the department on city plan implementation, growth management framework, offsite levies, zoning bylaw renewal, and that's why I suggested that in order to do an engagement process that I think could put some meaningful effort to hearing the number of voices in this space, that it would take 6 months to do this work.
Yeah, and I hear what Councillor Cartmell is trying to do around equity, but I know that the ward I represent is involved with that earlier motion. I get all that. But I think that administration went away and put together the best program they could that aligned with the city plan and its high goals. So I think we probably have to stop there, and I will not be supporting this motion unless I hear something new in the subsequent comments. Thank you.
Councillor Henderson, could you take the chair?
Will do.
So, I guess to Ms. McCabe, I think we had heard a fairly defined need and potential gap and opportunity for the city around the vertical construction. I guess in general terms, what are you hearing from the land development industry about the challenges that they're facing? Home sales may be up in previously developed areas where lots are available, and there's an abundance of lots. So this references land development specifically to presumably to bring more lots on. What are you hearing from your? I'm hearing certain things, but what are you hearing from industry about the economic challenges that they're facing right now?
The main economic challenge that I'm hearing is the infrastructure costs associated with mainly roads, and upfronting the costs of some of those major roads that have creek crossings or bridge crossings.
Now, I think we were hearing that last year too. I think my assumption is that COVID and softer demand and the economic situation generally is making that worse. But that was an issue before the front-ending issues on the pipes and on the big roads was an issue prior to this. This may have made it worse. Is that fair, though?
That's a fair assessment.
Okay. And I think that there is some tension in that question in and around the work that we've been doing around modeling cost allocation related to new growth as well, which is both an absolute question as well as a timing question. And part of the issue with some of the tools we've been given on rec centers, fire stations, et cetera, is that they would add additional burden on the front end, potentially, of development cost, which is one of the reasons why we haven't gone there yet. Fair?
I think that's a fair assessment.
So I think what I'm getting at is diagnosing the right problem, which is COVID may be an exacerbating effect on that issue, and there may be some solutions by way of incentives to that issue. But we may need to wrap our heads around that in the broader and post-COVID context as well, because I think if we have a good solution for that with industry, that we can build with industry, that might not be a COVID-specific solution. That might be a broader application solution if we can think of something. There are some suggestions out there around financing underground infrastructure differently, for example, or using or even advocating to the government of Alberta for tools that aren't available to us yet that might allow us to address some of these issues differently. I guess I'm talking a bit in circles here right now because I recognize the issue as an underlying issue made worse by COVID, but that has a whole bunch of implications. So I guess one question I might have is to the mover, your level of comfort with us bringing this maybe through committee to get some suggestions from the development industry that might help narrow it. So if there are some specific suggestions and some specific pain points that can be identified, maybe with some industry engagement and some further reflection through committee, even just next week, I'm not trying to slow it down, if we could narrow it up enough to bring the 6-month sort of broad engagement down to something much more pointed, I guess, how would you feel about that approach?
I'm certainly open to that. I think that's a great suggestion. Really, my goal here is that, this is not going to be the last time we talk about what we're going to have to do about the effects of COVID, and that we're bringing back a suite of solutions in a number of ways that we can, help our city and help our building partners and help our commerce partners in their challenges here in Edmonton. So, continuing the conversation at committee to narrow it or to focus it or to land on something that is more palatable, I'm happy to do that.
I'm out of time, but that would be my suggestion, would be referrals so that we can see if we can scope it a little bit to keep it moving faster and get some of that development industry feedback on the front end. So I'll take the chair back and maybe see if there are any other questions. And if there aren't, then a referral motion would be welcome, I think. I would hand the chair back to Councillor Henderson, but he's had to slip out, so I'm a little short-handed
Mr.
here.
Mayor,
Yep.
Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to refer it to executive committee.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McKeon. Seconded by Councillor Paquette. Okay, so the motion on the floor would go to committee to hear from industry and consider some well, I think we can just leave it so that we could hear some perspectives, and then obviously we can do a little bit of policy work on it. And I think next week's committee has a little bit of bandwidth on it, so hopefully. No? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I guess that's all the stuff we postponed from the overpacked previous week agenda, but we'll figure something out. We'll figure it out. Okay, so referral is on the floor. Is there anyone wishing to speak to referral? No? Okay, let's vote on referral then.
Councillor Caterina?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. And that's carried. All right. So we'll pick that discussion up next week, and so let's carry on then to item 6.5, social procurement. So this was heard at committee, and then we ran out of time after. We did manage to hear from speakers, but then we ran out of time, so we agreed to requisition it up here so that Councillor Paquette, who is not on the committee, could make a motion on it. So I will, it's otherwise here for information, but understanding there's a motion coming, I'll go to Councillor Paquette, who selected this, to offer that motion.
Yeah, thank you. It's a bit wordy. I think it needs to be pared down, but it's what we've got at this point. One, that the City of Edmonton collaborate with community organizations, including End Poverty Edmonton, to create a structure where the community organization's expertise can be utilized as a resource for bidders to city procurements to provide support and ensure that social benefits are being maximized. Two, that the City of Edmonton work with community organizations, including End Poverty Edmonton, to develop a semi-annual report tracking the outcomes of social procurement projects currently underway that measures the efficacy of policy C556A and a comparative analysis of the application of the purchase outcomes within the framework for each category under employment, skills and training, social value supply chain, and community development. For example, the percentage or number of projects employing women, a livable wage, or CBAs, and outlining the impacts and benefits to the community and report back to committee.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and introduce the motion.
Yeah, so the city has put in place a really great sustainable procurement policy and framework, and it's so important to ensure that this framework doesn't just sound great on paper, but that we are actually ensuring it is implemented and that public dollars are benefiting our local community, and to have a measurement of that so that we can actually see what the progress is. By having targeted and measurable purpose outcomes that are reported on, we can ensure that this policy is helping the individuals that our framework intends to support. It helps us know whether our policy is on the right track and whether it needs to change or improve. And End Poverty Edmonton has put in a lot of effort over the last few years to become experts on social procurement and community benefits. In fact, they are probably some of the country's leaders in this. So they have a lot of knowledge, research, and resources, and are connected to many other leading experts across the country in this area. they would be a great partner with city admin in this, ensuring the success of this policy. And they spoke to that as well at committee. And that's the general gist of it.
Thank you. Councillor Knack, then Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe just a quick question for the mover. I'm wondering, and I imagine our goal, we've had a lot of annual reports that we get to committee, and that can end up filling up a lot of our time. So I'm wondering if there's an opportunity, and maybe it's already sort of informally in there. We have, I think through exec, I think it's semi-annual reports on like procurement for single sourced or anything like that. So I'm wondering if it could just be tied into something else and providing a data line versus a standalone report.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. That would be perfect.
I don't know if it needs to be changed. I just thought I'd say it out loud just so we're not creating a bunch of new annual reports that have to be dealt with. So thank you.
Yeah, in my mind, I wasn't really seeing an individualized report, but more something that is reported with other things that we do. So yeah, that would be great.
That's great. I won't do any amendments. Just hearing that gives me comfort. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Just speaking to this, I think actually this was one of the pieces that was part of our poverty elimination strategy that we have empowered Poverty Edmonton to continue to move forward on. So I think, and I know that there has been informal conversation with our procurement folk between that. So I think actually putting this in motion and making sure that those two pieces of work link has huge benefit and value. I think a lot of this may be happening anyway, but I don't think there's any harm in stating it in a motion to make sure that we're not that we are working in concert and using all the resources that are available to us and meeting the targets that we set out for ourselves in the original strategy. So I completely support this, and I know there's some really good work happening at EP along this, and making sure we can capture that in our work, I think, is really beneficial.
Thank you. Councillor McKean.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question, and I think it's related. The most frustrating procurement issue I had to deal with as a councillor was when a local chef lost the contract at the Vic Golf Course Clubhouse, and I had to answer scads of emails. So there's a local business enjoyed or offered quality of life to citizens that was lost to a more of a corporate bidder who probably came in lower, et cetera, and yet may employ a lot of women and newcomers and stuff. This is where it gets complicated and subtle. And I don't know if it's fair to ask you, Councillor Paquette, or if anybody in administration has any views on whether that decision would maybe go different under a robust social procurement policy?
Ms. Kitts is on the line and can answer that for you.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, Councillor McKean, exactly what were you thinking would fit under a robust social procurement policy?
Well, so we had a City of Edmonton facility that had a local chef who was operating, it was the Vic Clubhouse, and then he lost the next bid to much more of a corporate entity, as I understand it. And so it gets nuanced because the bidder might be offering employment for newcomers and that sort of thing. And so I don't know how you weigh that stuff. Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, good question. So I think in the past we have done some things as procurements which might be better served as different types of agreements. And so sometimes when we take on procurement processes, then unintended consequences could happen. And so the scenario you just presented is probably closer to a local procurement than social procurement per se. Okay. And because we are limited in trade agreements on what we can offer to local organizations, we are looking at ways that we could make a statement or through a council policy or, work with our staff to make sure that we're offering as many opportunities as possible where trade agreements don't apply to local companies. But I think we're always looking at ways to improve. We're always looking at ways to work with our local supplier market and to, get the best value for what we're looking for. And best value doesn't just mean dollars. It could also mean, community benefit.
Right. And under the trade agreements, is there a sort of a dollar figure below which the stricter rules don't apply?
So there's a number of trade agreements we follow. They all have different rules, but the lowest common denominator is $75,000. And so we tend to use that as our basis just to make sure we're safe.
Right. Okay, well, I just want to raise that one that had haunted me. Thank you very much. I support this.
You and me both, Councillor McKean, on the haunting. Councillor Etzinger?
Thank you. Just a quick question, because under number 2, it talks, for example, percentage of projects that employ women, a livable wage, or CBAs. And I guess I don't want us to say, well, it's great we employed women, but they're not getting the livable wage. I think we want vulnerable people, so maybe it's a GBA plus lens or some other. So those were examples. I just was a little cautious that it's great they're employing women, we don't have to pay them as much. It's not true. I think that was your intent, is you just wanted to get some examples and how they've demonstrated the need. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, it was just an example. It wasn't prescriptive. So if there's a better way to word that, I'm open to it.
No, that was when I looked at it, that's what jumped out at me. So I just wanted to ask the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Anyone wishing to speak to it before I go to Councillor Paquette to close? Councillor Paquette?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, this is where the rubber hits the road, and it's when we get serious about this, that's when we can start answering the types of questions that Councillor McKean just had. And that's how we start to sort of clear away the fog and get some clarity and a more targeted and strategic approach that is going to benefit more people in Edmonton and uplift the city and uplift people. So it's pretty simple. Hope I have your support.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina. Councillor Essinger, is the vote shown up by any chance?
It keeps coming several times. I've said yes every time.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Display the vote, please. That's carried unanimously. Okay, next is from Community and Public Services Committee, the Heritage Community Investment Program Operating Grant Results 2021. Councillor Paquette, if I could go to you just for the committee brief and to throw it on the floor with the recommendation, and then I'll go to Councillor Banga for questions.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't unmute for some reason. Yeah, there was actually very little debate about this. It was just very common sense. We've got I'm tongue-tied here. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what to say about it because there wasn't really a lot of debate. It's a little bit of an allocation, and it follows in keeping with council's plans and directions. Not sure if there's anything else you want me to report on that, really.
No, that's fine. Do you want to put the motion on the floor?
Yeah, put the motion on the floor.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councillor Henderson. Okay, so that's before us. Councillor Banga, you selected this. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I selected it. Sorry, I couldn't attend the committee meeting. Just wanted opinion of, I guess, administration. Some of these folks, they come and they get their grant year after year after year. What are some of the mechanisms to ensure that these organizations are exactly doing what they were supposed to do?
Councillor Big, I believe there's somebody from the Heritage Council on the call this afternoon. Maybe I'll jump in a little bit, and hopefully they can catch up on the call. Councillor Vega, as you're well aware, City Council set up the Heritage Council to have a mandate to provide those supports to those kinds of organizations, and they do a rigorous review process when those agencies come to the Heritage Council seeking operating support. I think I saw Mr. Ridley just click in here. So David, you want to jump in?
My apologies, I missed the question as I was joining in.
Sorry, could you put the question again, Councillor Banga?
Yes, yeah, I will. Again, I am asking that some of these community organizations under this program, they come year after year after year, and they get the money. What sort of checks and balances do we have to ensure that these organizations are doing exactly what the money was allocated for?
Yes, thank you. The operational program is meant to stabilize, but you're right, there's also expectations. So year over year, they provide us with statistics as to attendance and usage from the public. They provide us with updates of strategic plans. They also provide us with updates on their updated budgets, which really comes from the year before. So we feel a rigorous job. It doesn't mean that it can't be more rigorous in asking for accountability from those organizations. And particularly when it comes to the financial area, where we've provided additional support to organizations because we know that's a place where other issues in terms of their governance and their effectiveness in terms of programming comes up. I would say also with 7 organizations funded through this means this year, and we'd like to see other organizations come in. And this isn't meant to be a sinecure, a program where once you're in, you're never out. That's not the case. But we keep pressing on increasing that effectiveness of those organizations through the means I've just described.
Okay. So the reason I'm asking this question is some of the organizations are pretty top heavy. And do we have any criteria for us to make sure the proper number of dollars or cents, whatever, they go into actually the community benefits rather than just paying the salaries?
We do that through the means I had described. I mean, I think by far and away the largest, the organization that receives the largest funding is the Alberta Aviation Museum. And they have, given the current situation, of course, are not open, but have 10 staff. But all the other organizations are 1 staff or no staff and simply have operational costs. And the operational grants are probably only a small portion of that goes to salaries. A lot of it has to do with operating expenses for all these organizations have some form of public access. Obviously a museum or an archives where they have regular hours. And so it helps sustain that access and with other operating expenses, not limited to salaries.
Okay, I am satisfied with your answer. I was going to ask for a subsequent asking all that information, but at this point in time, I'll just go without it for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Anyone wishing to speak to it? Not seeing any, then please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Katarina. Councillor Walters? Oh, we got all the votes. We're good to go.
Display the vote, please. Carried. Next was this council calendar update. Councillor Knack, you'd selected this.
Yes, sorry, and you might have seen in the report that there's an AUMA meeting that day, and it should be over by 2:30. And so I was just hoping if we can. So my request was if we could start at 2 instead of 1:30. I just didn't want to duck out early, but it doesn't look like we can. Like we need all 4 hours, so that was my hope. So I'm willing to move it to start at 2 instead of 1:30. That was going to be, or if everyone hates that idea, then I'll skip out early. That's fine too.
The audit committee start at 2 instead of, yeah, I think we can accommodate it in that time. So,
Second.
so if you want to move it, with 2 instead of 1:30, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll move that.
Okay, that's in order. And seconded by Councillor Paquette. Any questions on that?
Just how we did the time work, but that's okay.
Okay, not seeing any further debate, please vote. Long lunch on February 12th for the rest of us.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Katarina. We're good to go.
And that's carried. Okay, next up is item 7.8. The bylaw 19515, amendments to bylaw 12408, nonprofit community organizations exemptions bylaw. We recommended this up from committee. So if I could ask one of the committee members to put first reading on the floor.
I'm happy to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Carmel. I'll second that. So that's before us here. And Councillor Banga had questions on this one? Councillor Banga?
Yeah, my question is actually, I guess I know the answers now. There is no sense asking for them. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Not seeing any, then let's vote on first reading of bylaw 19515.
We're good to go.
Display the vote. Carried. Second reading?
I'll move second reading of item 7.8.
Second. Please vote on second reading.
We're good to go.
Display the vote, please. Carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading of item 7.8.
I'll second that, and I'll just check if there's any objection or if we have unanimous consent to proceed. Sounds like we do. Okay, go ahead and move third reading.
I'll move third reading of bylaw 19515.
Second. Please vote on third reading.
We're good to go.
Display the vote. Carried. Okay, that's a good bit of tidy up work. Maybe we should have done that sooner, but it's done now. Okay, now we are on item 8.1, which was referred to committee for an opinion, and committee had extensive discussion and was not able to arrive at a recommendation on the motion, and so it ended up being requisitioned back here for council to make a determination on. We can get into debate, but I don't want to get too far ahead of Councillor Hamilton, who hasn't had a chance to introduce the motion, so I will not prejudice the conversation too much and allow her to offer comments and then we'll enter into debate. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. So this is a highly complex issue, and the complexity has done it's done none of us a favor in this case, because I think it's made it very hard to understand for communities. It's made it challenging to understand for council. But what I'd like council to understand is that at the heart of this is the question of whether or not the City of Edmonton should have registered as an intervener with the AUC, and whether or not council, subsequent to that, having not asked administration to intervene, should allow a budget package to come forward so that this community could possibly see some resolution to this issue. To give you some background on this, just a sec. To give you some background on this, the high voltage transmission line project needs to happen in West Edmonton. We need the electrical upgrade. The issue is that very large, very thick, very intrusive, and very ugly poles are going right through the center of a residential community, through people's front yards on its way to the Linwood Power Station. This is, in my opinion, and I would say in some other councillors' opinion, in direct opposition to what the City of Edmonton endorsed in our last municipal development plan, specifically 9.6.1, which asks us to promote citizens' quality of life in the planning and development of high voltage transmission lines, and says that the policies of this city are that we will represent the interests of citizens through consultation with electrical energy suppliers and providers, other jurisdictions, and industry operators as they plan high voltage transmission lines, and if necessary, intervene with the regulators. The other piece is that they will advocate that high voltage transmission lines be buried when adjacent to residential neighborhoods. Let me tell you, this is not adjacent to a residential neighborhood. This is through people's back alleys. This is through neighborhoods. This is adjacent to schools and community leagues. It is intrusive with a capital I. So I feel that we did not do our due diligence in intervening in this. And I think that the residents of these neighborhoods deserve that. I do not know that that would have changed the outcome, but we did not fulfill a basic promise within the MDP. And for that, my hope is that this council will support the creation of a budget profile so the residents have the opportunity to make their case to council as to why why the City of Edmonton should pay money to bury these lines. And I would argue that there's a huge issue here with quality of life, and the AUC document susses that out too. So with that, I will take questions.
Thank you. Councillor Zadig.
Thank you. I understand the sightliness argument. With these types of transmission lines, my understanding is there's also a safety from electrical exposure aspect to this, but I haven't heard that argument advanced here. So I'm not sure if our technology has increased with the insulation on the lines or not. But is there anything that we should know about burying power lines being safer than the aerial exposure?
I don't have that information. I think the AUC, I read the AUC decision, and the AUC did weigh that. However, administration might have information on that. However, the AUC seemed to feel that there wasn't a difference in safety.
Okay, that was my only question, but if someone from administration wants to weigh in, I'd look to your response.
Councillor Zadek, I believe we have someone from EPCOR on the line, but that topic was covered at the AUC hearing, and often is when these issues arise. Oh, I see Ms. Teresa Crotty-Wong is on the line from EPCOR.
Okay.
I could simply confirm what Councillor Hamilton just mentioned. That issue was fully in front of the AUC, and the health effects of the line were considered. Their decision was, of course, to approve the line.
So my question was around not if it was considered, but what's the outcome? Or is it safe to have these power lines right near houses or not? Is it better to bury them from a health perspective, or is it negligible?
My understanding is that there's a negligible difference, and that it is safe to have these lines near residences and schools.
Okay, I won't. Thank you for your answer. Kind of what I was getting at a little bit is it safer to bury them, or does that not matter at all? I guess I would ask that question one last time. Is it safer to bury them?
I'm not in a position to answer that directly. Like, what I can simply offer is that we had expert evidence that fully reviewed the issue as to whether or not the aerial transmission was safe, and the commission accepted that evidence.
Okay, thanks for your response. I'll just say that my decision on this is really based on the outcome of its safety. Thank you. I'll keep listening.
Thank you. Councillor McKean.
Thank you very much. First of all, to the mover, is your intent to have a budget package prepared, and then we would almost go through another hearing with the individuals? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, yeah. I want the opportunity for the community to argue for why the city should spend, $3 to $6 million to bury the lines. At this point, they feel that the city did not advocate for them.
And do you think that by the time that occurred, we might be able to get further information from EPCOR on the potential for setting precedent? It seemed to me that in my questions that this might be an extremely rare case where high voltage lines had to be put that close to residences. I think that would be naturally everybody's concern, that we'd be setting a precedent, and we would be spending millions and millions and millions of taxpayer dollars down the road to make sure this doesn't happen again. But my question is, do you think we would be able to get better information on the concerns about precedent setting by the time a hearing occurred as well?
Absolutely. I think if it came forward in the spring, that would give us a few months before we see spring budget adjustments. I would also argue that precedent setting is something that we deal with a lot in land use matters, and we hear time and again that that one decision does not necessitate a precedent.
Fair point. I think this is maybe a bit different because we're perhaps taking up responsibility where we could argue we don't have a responsibility, but I hear you on that. And I think maybe by the time the spring hearing came along, we'd also may have a clearer understanding of the full costs for the city to pick up if we were to agree to do this. Because it seemed a little, could be this, it could be that amount. I'm not clear on that. Is that fair to say that we might have more clarity around that as well?
I would agree that that's fair. Yeah, we would see more clarity.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Carmel?
Thank you. So perhaps, I hate to repeat this, but there was some other considerations that were discussed at committee. And the first of those was that this is an investment that a utility company is making, and typically those infrastructure investments are borne by the ratepayers, by those that pay the utility bills. So this would effectively be granting money from the city to a utility company to assist in their construction costs. That's essentially the financial transaction, correct? Or the essence of it?
You're correct. You're correct. But this isn't the starting point. That's not the point I'm trying to make. This is as a result of the city not doing what I perceive as due diligence and registering as an intervener.
So it's my understanding that those residents that are absolutely rightly concerned with this alignment made their presentations to the AUB, was it, when this hearing took place? And so that those submissions were made, and the body that determines what investments will we make into utility infrastructure heard those submissions. So would one more voice at that table have made a substantial difference? I guess that's a rhetorical question.
I've personally read the AUC decision, and there was some confusion as to what the City of Edmonton's intention was, because there was no representation from the city made to my knowledge, and I think we covered this at committee. The AUC does say, however, that if the City of Edmonton wished to cover the costs of fulfilling our obligation to the MDP, that the city could cover those costs, but it wasn't going to force EPCOR to do so.
So then there's a bit of a process question. It's if the city, if administration brought forward a funding request, or pardon me, a funding package, and council approved that, then a subsequent submission would be made to the AUB, and they would have to approve it, and then money would be invested in burying parts of this line. And I had a question at committee as to whether all of that could happen in the sequencing of this infrastructure project, or if there would be delay. I think that might be actually to our EPCOR representative to quantify what that delay might be. I think that was where the comment was offered at committee last week.
Yeah, our expectation is that if the city chose to proceed as suggested, EPCOR is obviously prepared to support that, but we would expect that would result in a delay of between 8 and 24 months to the in-service date, currently targeted October 31, 2021.
And what implications does that have? I'm thinking of in two sort of threads. One is there costs to EPCOR beyond the construction cost related here because of that delay? And is there risks to the infrastructure or to the power grid system that would come out of that delay?
Certainly reliability is a concern. The Commission determined that the need for this transmission line was clear and urgent, and the longer we delay, the more at risk the system is, and we may have to shed load, there may be outages. So I think reliability is EPCOR's clear concern.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Councillor Knack?
Just speaking to it, Mr. Mayor, if there's no other questions.
Are there other questions? Not seeing any. Go ahead.
Thank you. And I'll be quick because I don't need to repeat what I said last week. We had a long debate. I just want to essentially say I echo what Councillor Hamilton has stated in her opening remarks and why I will be supporting this. I think people have either had the chance to participate in last week's discussion or maybe hear part of it. But no, I think she did a great job summarizing why I think it is important that council does support this. Just to the last point that I wanted to add is that I think, had one more individual resident spoken up on it, that might not have made a difference at the AUC hearing. I think it's something entirely different when it's the City of Edmonton. And again, I spent time last week talking about the mistakes that were made that led to us not being there, but nevertheless, that's still, I think, a mistake that was made. And this is a way to help begin to fix something I think should have been done in the first place. And again, I'm pointing at myself as much as anyone else in terms of the ones that have made that mistake. So I shouldn't have withdrawn the motion that I did back in January 29th, or in 2019, whenever that was. And so I'll support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel, if you could take the chair.
I have the chair.
So we did hear from members of the public as well as get some questions answered from EPCOR at committee. And I empathize with the frustration felt by the residents at the decision and with the pressure faced by the area councillors who I think, as we've just heard from what Councillor Knack is saying, feel some responsibility for how this has played out. But as sympathetic as I am for that, I think we have to remember that this is the AUC's decision. And I describe this as and right or wrong, the question that's before us is not even do we want to vary it, but whether we wish to reapply to them to make a different determination, which opens up a whole new regulatory process again. And it would be consistent with what the MDP said at the time, but it also would represent considerable delay to the project and considerable uncertainty for the city as to cost allocation. And on this question of precedent, I think what it opens the door to, precedential or otherwise, is a possibility where in the future, AUC would say, well, we don't have to put this on the rate base, the city will pay for it. And so the argument back is that if the city had intervened, the AUC would have done the right thing. But again, my argument at committee was if the AUC heard the same submissions that we heard and nonetheless went ahead, I'm not sure that the city's perspective would have changed it one way or the other. And I think it's difficult for the city to then take on responsibility as sort of oversight for AUC to the tune of several $1 million at all taxpayers' expense, and second guess the AUC's decision on this matter. I think us moving into that realm could create an expectation that the city do this in the future. Now, obviously, the offset to that would be if we intervene in the future and the decision still comes as it comes, then this could be argued to be a one-off. But I think that there are some very important principles in utility regulation about equity to the ratepayers and issues of equity to the taxpayers about us taking on costs that are not borne by property taxpayers typically. And so given the delays that this opens up, the regulatory uncertainty that it opens up, and the uncertainty about what the costs would be to the city of Edmonton, I was ultimately not persuaded that the city should embroil itself in this matter, and that as frustrated as we might be on behalf of our residents, and though the city's perspective might well be we would prefer to have these buried, it's an altogether different matter for the city to go back to AUC, say you got it wrong, and pick up the cost. So I, in the end, was not able to support a motion at committee to recommend this up, and a committee was split 3-2 or 2-3, I suppose, on that question. And that's we would have come back here anyway because our role was only to hear from the public and perhaps provide a recommendation. But rightly, the question is before council, and I would urge council, with an abundance of sympathy for the councillors and gratitude for their interventions on behalf of their constituents, who are mine as well, and whom we all serve. But that our greater duty, I think, here today is to respect the regulatory process, whether we agree with its outcomes or not, and not extend risk to Edmontonians through their property taxes of paying for this or opening the door to property taxpayers bearing what should be the cost of whatever these regulatory decisions are on the electrical rate base as opposed to the property tax base. And so I won't be able to support the motion that's before us here and would encourage us to stay in our lane. I'm out of time. I'll take the chair back.
Return the chair.
Any other comments before I go to Councillor Hamilton to close? Not hearing any. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
Thank you for I think the exceptional points made by everyone and good questions. I have nothing further to add. I just hope to have your support on that.
Thank you. Please vote.
Can you leave the results up for 5 seconds? Councillor Henderson, have you rejoined? Councillor Henderson, are you with us?
Okay, we'll mark him absent.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, there you are.
Yeah, sorry, I missed part of it. Is this Councillor Hamilton's motion?
Correct.
Unamended? I will vote yes.
Noted. Thank you.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. And that's defeated 6-7.
Just leave it up for 2 seconds. Thank you.
Okay. Next is Councillor Hamilton again on urban reserve strategy. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just going to pull the motion up. I'll state it into the record. I move that administration prepare a report to, 1, formally implement an urban reserve strategy for the City of Edmonton to work with First Nations that would like to establish an urban reserve within the City of Edmonton boundaries, and 2, outline how other municipalities in Western Canada have implemented an urban reserve strategy, including bylaw compatibility, municipal service agreements, and other considerations and recommendations of feasibility on implementing a similar model in Edmonton.
Second.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think Councillor McKean got it there first, but go ahead to introduce the motion, Councillor Hamilton.
This is something I think City Council has been talking about for quite some time. And I understand that the First Nations surrounding Edmonton are looking at this again and are interested in approaching this with the City of Edmonton. And I think it behooves us to be prepared and how to navigate those conversations. It's not, it's not a simple issue by any stretch. It will require cooperation with our provincial and perhaps even federal partners. But I understand that Alberta is the last province in Western Canada without an urban reserve strategy. We go to Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and British Columbia, and you see urban reserves all over their major cities. And since 50% of Indigenous business is done in the City of Edmonton, I should say across Canada, 50% of Indigenous business in Canada is done in the City of Edmonton. I see this as being not only a tremendous act of reconciliation, but also something that would benefit the residents of Edmonton as a whole. So with that, I'll go to questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McKean, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I was just going to speak.
Okay, let me just see if there are any other questions before we get into speaking. Not seeing any. Go ahead.
Well, I just very quickly wanted to say this is fantastic. We've had our own discussions with various parties, and I suspect, Mr. Mayor, you have as well. And I just think it's time to get this report back and dig into those complexities. I think there's just tremendous opportunity here for Edmonton to engage and involve our Indigenous citizens and the First Nations around Edmonton. Edmonton, as we've all heard, will soon have the highest population of Indigenous people in its city. So I just think it's a really fantastic idea, and I can't wait to see the report and how we can uplift everybody with such sort of creative ways of involving and engaging and even embedding First Nations into our city. So thanks to Councillor Hamilton for bringing this forward.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, I guess I'll just speak to it. This is it's a great motion. It's a great idea. We are behind a lot of other municipalities that have seen great economic and commercial growth through these kinds of efforts. We sort of explored this a little bit, if Council will recall, when I was asking Edmund to come back with information on special economic zones, which is exactly what this is. And so I support this. I hope Council will support it because it's something that we've been talking about for a long time. And, especially in context of COVID, anything that may lead to more investment in our city is a good thing. And there are a lot of advantages to these special economic zones or urban reserves that other cities enjoy that we do not. And they've actually been able to open up specific types of development that would otherwise have been challenging or almost impossible. And so I'll let you just consider what that could imply going forward in the future. But otherwise, it's a fantastic motion. Thank Councillor Hamilton for putting it forward.
Thank you. Councillor Caterina?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Hamilton, for this motion. Just to give it some historic. This was a topic that initiated in probably 2008 on Edmonton contemplation of this, and we didn't get very far on it. But at the same time, I think Saskatoon established their first urban reserve in their city. But what did come out of that original discussion was the formation of AXIS, Aboriginal Business Association, and what we learned at that time was that there are over 1,700 owned or operated businesses, Indigenous businesses in the city of Edmonton, which was a surprise to virtually everybody that there was that type of involvement, and they should have moved forward at that time in 2010, 11, 12. We had the opportunity, it didn't. So I really appreciate the fact that you brought it forward now, and I think it makes a lot of sense, especially for this city with the number of Indigenous people that we have here that either live in Edmonton or move back and forth into the city for goods and services. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel, if you could take the chair. I have the chair. Just, I can't add much to the excellent comments that have already been offered, other than to indicate that from my several conversations with both the Confederacy of Treaty 6 First Nations and Treaty 8 Confederacy as well, along with a number of direct conversations with particular First Nations governments, that there is considerable interest in this. And I know that city administration has done some exploratory work on this as well that will position us to thrive with these opportunities. And so, but I think it's high time for council recognition of not only the reconciliation imperatives, but the economic opportunities that have been spoken to here eloquently. And so I'm very happy to support this and see where we can go There are also some non-economic but potentially symbolically very, very significant opportunities that this may present as well for shared stewardship over certain lands of significant historical note. And so I think across a span of different activity, this opens up yet another opportunity for respectful government-to-government work that may support employment and investment, as well as strengthened relationships in the treaty spirit. And so I really appreciate Councillor Hamilton as one of the leads on the Indigenous Engagement Initiative for bringing this forward, and I look forward to seeing where we can go with this. So I'll leave it there, take the chair back.
Turn the chair.
And see if there's anybody else before I go to Councillor Hamilton to close. Councillor Hamilton.
I don't have a lot more to say. I'm just grateful for all of the great commentary today on this, and I look forward to seeing what we come back with and moving this initiative along. So thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
We're good to go.
My vote's yes.
Thank you, Councillor
Thank you.
Henderson.
Please display the vote. That's carried unanimously. And last but not least, Councillor Zadek, alcohol consumption in public parks outside of festivals and events. And you've got perhaps similar spirit but slightly different framing of the motion, which I think is probably in order if you want to make the alternate version.
Thank you. Yeah, so what I would like to move is that administration conduct public engagement to identify picnic sites within city parks that would be appropriate for permitting alcohol consumption, and provide a report to committee summarizing the results and costs and timelines for installing the required signage.
So this would be just to mark the difference from what was in the notice, that it doesn't require the mayor writing a letter. That the advocacy around that is moot because of the rule changes. This would be the next step instead to look at implementing what's been made available to municipalities. Okay, so that's just for members of council following the change. My Councillor Zadek brought this to me, and I thought that was sufficiently similar to the notice that it would be, provided it's friendly to the Assembly here, to have it take a slightly different step than writing the letter. So that's been moved. I need a seconder for that.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Okay. So do you want to speak to it, Councillor Zadek?
Sure, and thank you, and thanks for everyone's patience as we work through this newer version. Just for absolute clarity, so no bylaw changes required for alcohol consumption in designated picnic areas within a city park. So the province allows that right now. But what is needed is appropriate signage, hours of operations, the designated area, etc. And of course, we need to engage with the public on this, and that's why the motion speaks to all those points. I think most on council understand the issue, so I won't take up too much time here, but for absolute clarity, what we're talking about is restricting it to picnic sites. If it was broader, more provincial legislation would be required to change that. So we're talking about picnic sites, and then the type of regulations we can have around this is limiting 1 or 2 drinks per adult, for example, the requirement to have food with it, and the hours of operation. And of course, public drunkenness and noise and littering per other bylaws will always remain in effect. So none of those things for noise, excessive noise, would be permitted or expected with this. We're already policing these areas for enforcement in public parks. So having a designated area is a new concept, but I don't think that from an enforcement perspective, it creates undue challenges, but happy to entertain those questions. And also, while we've been talking about this for a while and before COVID, I do think that this is more appropriate now with COVID, because we're still hoping Edmontonians can socialize with still social distancing. And the summer of 2021 is going to see a reduced roster of summer festivals, unfortunately, including cancellations likely. So our restaurants, we don't know if they're going to be operating at reduced capacity, but I think it's likely that they will be. So having this in place for this summer, I think, is also important. But engaging properly with the public is key to this. So that's why I'm really emphasizing the engagement aspect. And I'm confident we can get it done before the start of summer. So again, it's parks have many different uses, and I'm not talking about doing this around playgrounds or anything like that, just in the picnic sites. We're encouraging Edmontonians to stay close to home, to stay home, to rediscover their city in different ways. And I think if we do this right, in a channeled, surgical way, we can introduce this concept in the year 2021. And I'll play my cards that if it goes well in 2021, I think that it would be a good candidate project to roll out more broadly. But for this summer, I think it should just be limited in scope, and that engagement is key. So with that, happy to take some questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I've got Councillor McKean, then Councillor Walters, then Councillor Knack. Councillor McKean.
Yeah, thank you. Youth Council, of course, brought this to us, it feels like a couple of years ago at committee. We had a good talk about it, and my skepticism is it remains, and it remains healthy, because what happens that I've seen personally in campgrounds, provincial campgrounds, when people are allowed to drink. I don't know who would answer this, but how do you do public engagement on an issue like this right now?
I'll start off, Councillor Rob Smythe here, maybe pass it over to Catherine. I think tools that we use like Edmonton Insight,
right,
where we can get some perspective of the general public and their feelings. But Catherine, you want to weigh in further than that?
Yeah, the Insight community is a very reasonable way to ask some basic questions. If we want to have a more nuanced conversation, we're using all kinds of virtual engagement tools at the moment. So it's not difficult for us to engage electronically and get diverse voices.
Depending on how the question's asked, Ms. Owen, this sounds absolutely benign. And I think most reasonable people would suggest having a drink or two with your food in a picnic site is absolutely reasonable, maybe even Canadian. But what I would see is the potential here is for people abusing this right, if you will, and heavy drinking going on, and then excess work for our bylaw folks and our police folks and complaints from the public. Do you think that questions could be, and I don't want to bias people the other way either, but can you ask questions in a way that they dig into it a little bit about what could be the consequences, unintended or otherwise, of allowing people to drink in picnic sites in parks?
I think it's fair to say that even the most seemingly benign topic can actually get controversial in a hurry. And this strikes me as one that could be. And yes, it is possible to have a nuanced and meaningful and probing conversation through public engagement. But I wouldn't guarantee that it would not be without some fairly interesting public discourse, this topic.
Yeah, no, I think people might have strong opinions on both sides of it. Is anybody from bylaw on the call?
I believe Mr. Aiken's here. David, are you on the call?
You know what? Because we would get a report back to make this decision, would we not?
That's correct, Councillor.
Yeah, so you know what? I will support this because we'll go to public engagement, get a report back, and then if there were any concerns from EPS or bylaw, I'm sure we would hear that at committee when the report comes back. Can you confirm that, Mr. Smythe? That
we can confirm that, Councillor. And there'd be basically two parts of the report. What did we hear during the public engagement? What did our other agencies think, as you say, EPS? And then what would a program look like?
Right.
Small scale, potentially a pilot project, one or two or three or more parks. Like what would be a good first step, in our estimation? But we need to regroup internally to scope that out.
Yeah, and the last thing I would say is, I think we'd be really naive to think that the odd occasional mug of wine or somehow covered up beer isn't already consumed in our parks very quietly. And so I fear this is opening up a can of worms, but I'm willing to support this to get that report back. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walters?
Thanks. So I feel a little behind on this issue, actually. So just, Mr. Smythe, the province has created the leeway for municipalities to allow drinking in public parks. Like, you're not allowed to drink in a public park in Edmonton today, but the province has given us the ability to create some, I guess if we create signage, then it's allowed.
That's correct. And the additional point, Councillor, is that the province has gone ahead and allowed alcohol consumption in 14 provincial picnic areas. So that is now a new initiative that they have moved down that path. But you're absolutely right. The ball is in City Council's court, basically, in terms of changes that we can make here or Council can make here.
And just so I'm clear, the changes that we could make are just to say it's allowed in the places where we put signs saying it's allowed. So the existence of the signs then determines where it's allowed and when it's allowed.
Maybe I'll ask our colleagues from the law branch to weigh in on that, Councillor.
Thanks.
Nancy sorry.
I'm here. It's Christina Hodgson from Legal Services.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. So the province has basically given us the ability to designate picnic sites. So the way that we do need to designate would of course be outlined by the Act, and that requires signage with rules on that signage. So previously the province only allowed provincial designated picnic sites. With their newest amendments, they have now allowed city municipal owned designated picnic sites, but now it's up to us to decide what is designated as allowing alcohol consumption. And until we designate, there is no alcohol consumption allowed in city-owned parks.
Thank you for that. That's helpful, Ms. Hodgson. So I guess, Mr. Smythe, then the process on the way to us designating, we would do some form of it. And to Councillor Zadek's motion here, this seems logical that we would do some form of an inquiry or engagement with the public before we designate.
Absolutely correct, Councillor. And I think it's important that, we do that,
right.
Get a perspective from the broader community, what their perspectives are, and bring that information back to Council.
And I can't recall, I guess I'll look back through that earlier report from the Youth Council's submission, but we must have done some pros and cons. Like, for anyone who's been to Europe, like, you can drink in any park pretty much, no problem. I don't see what the problem is, really. But I'm sure there was some kind of pro and con work that we've done in the past for those that might be still concerned about this being some sort of issue.
Councillor, the administration didn't weigh in when the Youth Council was at committee.
Okay.
It was really just directly from them. It was their initiative, and Council received it or committee received it as information, and that was kind of basically the end of the conversation.
Okay, well, I'll support this. I think it's, it's part of the road we have to travel to free the people. Let's do it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Essinger?
Mr. Smythe, I guess when you read this and you see picnic sites, can you explain what you mean? It's not all the picnic tables throughout the city, it's sites in larger parks, not near playgrounds? Is that what you think it is?
That will be up to either Council or the administration to define a particular area in a park. It may be a picnic where there are picnic tables and a shelter, or it could be, I believe, and it will ask a lot of weighing again, a piece of the parkland in the middle of a park or beside, one corner of the park that could be designated as a picnic area. Maybe Christina, do you want to jump in?
Sorry, I had a bit of a breakup there in hearing. Can you repeat the question, please?
I'm just trying to understand what is meant by picnic sites. Is it just picnic tables? Is it covered areas? Or as Mr. Smythe said, a designated green space?
Yeah, so previously the regulations actually really involved needing food and other drink at the location. So the province had really focused on whether or not people were eating there, which involved tables, places to sit. It seems that has been retained in their intention, but they did remove the need for food and other drink at that location. So truly a person would probably need to be sitting at a table, like a picnic table, but they wouldn't need to be eating or drinking something else other than an alcoholic beverage at the time.
And could then we make rules around proximity to playgrounds, things like that? Would that be in our purview to do?
Absolutely. So again, we would get to choose exactly which picnic sites would be designated. It would basically be if a picnic site is not designated by the city with signage, then the implication is there is no alcohol allowed at that area.
And I guess, Ms. Owen, for me, are we going to explain that when we do the engagement? Because I've already gotten emails from mothers and grandmothers about this, and we have to be really clear if we're going to ask the questions. Would that be what you would be doing?
Yeah, there would be important context setting, counselors, so that participants in public engagement or research could answer the questions from that base of knowledge. So context setting about the parameters that the city could place upon alcohol consumption would be important to answer meaningfully.
Okay. I think like Councillor McKean, until we understand it fully, it's really hard to make that decision, but we need to have that public engagement to determine that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thanks. So would it make sense to, if we're looking at the wording of this motion, to maybe consider maybe just like after you identify the sites, maybe just identify maybe even just one site to do a pilot with, so we can get a better understanding of what the impacts would be, this new kind of idea to the city of Edmonton. Because, we want to avoid, I think, folks maybe enjoying a few bubblies, on a warm afternoon and kind of losing track on what they have, and then suddenly they get hit with a DUI, which is something we don't want to see happen, right? So is it possible to just sort of ease this in with a pilot?
Councilor, I think we need to circle back internally to come up with some options, but certainly I think it is going to be a targeted approach or a pilot project kind of approach. I'm not sure it will be as small as just one site, but certainly, maybe just a few, but we have to look at that and the pros and cons of each of those. I think there's perspective that it wouldn't be every park in the city, obviously.
Yeah, well, and I think that people would be a little bit nervous about that because it's something new and something that really the concept has to be proven for our specific region, right? We can't say you can say, hey, a buddy of mine went to Paris and he drank in the field in front of the Eiffel Tower. Well, great, it's a completely different culture around alcohol there than we might have here. So, I'm just kind of putting a flag in that. Would this also help to decrease the incidence of maybe folks who maybe don't have a home who find themselves drinking in a park? Now, as long as they're not drunk, that's fair game too, right?
It is. That's a very, very good point, Councillor, in terms of those individuals who have that challenge. Certainly, how do they consume legally? So I'm not sure we can scope that specifically into this pilot project, but we have raised that internally as something that we have to consider.
Right. Okay. And let's make no bones about it. I would assume, I have no personal knowledge that people are already drinking in parks. While this does is sort of open it up to folks who want to responsibly enjoy, a wine or a beer or whatever it is. But taking into account all of the concerns raised by Councillor Esslinger and all of the other considerations that I'm sure you are very much aware of, and also taking into consideration maybe some of the studies from the World Health Organization and other organizations that have sort of shown us what we can expect as an impact from opening up our parks to public drinking. So we're going to have all of that, maybe.
Councillor, I'm not sure we can do a global search on this, but we can try to bring as much.
Okay, I've already done one.
As much sort of best practice information as we can.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks so much. That's it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Anyone else wishing to speak to it? Not seeing it. Oh, Councillor Caterina, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and maybe to the mover first, you can give me some indication of where this originated from. Is there considerable upswell from citizenry? That this be an item for us to be looking at this point in time? I'm not sure where this is coming from, and I'd like that clarification, because I certainly haven't heard from anyone that this is the direction we should be going. Nothing's been mentioned as far as I know.
Sure, it's a good question. I'll let you know where and when it's been mentioned. So, as mentioned during this meeting, the Youth Council first brought that forward as an idea, and it did receive mixed reviews, and I think that it started an interesting conversation. Subsequently, it's been discussed several times in public, and it was an agenda item coming before the Community and Public Services Committee, which I'm a member on, and I was looking forward to that discussion that would have been happening around now in the calendar year. But because of COVID, ironically, and even though this motion addresses some COVID concerns, but it was one of the agenda items, a report that got flipped into a memo, and then we received the information in memo format. And as you probably know, with a memo, you can't make subsequent motions on it. So what we have here is a situation where we might have all read this memo, digested the issues, maybe had some discussions about it. But I advanced this as a notice of motion because this discussion would be fairly truncated in this result at this point if someone didn't bring it forward.
Okay, so just for clarification, how much public interest or swelling to bring this forward and advocate for it, I guess, is what I'm asking, because I've heard the opposite, and I'm only speaking for myself, that the work we've done at Borden Park with the revitalization the last number of years, with the picnic areas, the playgrounds, the swimming pool, I see no way that we could allow drinking at Borden Park in the picnic area, which is next to the pool, which is next to the children's playground, where this would make people happy at all. And, when we've held the Porkapalooza Festival there, nothing but concerned citizens because of activities and not just the drinking, but then the music that follows, all those sorts of things. So I haven't heard of anybody advocating that they would like to see this. I've heard many that are advocating that they would not like to see this. And I'm only speaking for myself.
For sure. I think you're referring to a beer garden, and this is very different. And the motion is for engagement with the public, so that's where we would find out what exactly the public tolerance is for this. We also heard a bit, as Councillor Paquette talked about, from some of our vulnerable population during some of the difficult discussions this summer. We talked about public consumption of alcohol and how some members, if they're going to consume, some members of society, they're forced to break the law. And that right either.
I'm not following that logic, but, okay, that's fine. I wanted to see where the genesis of this was, where this started and why we're, at this point, right now. I can see certainly the complexity of it and, appropriate, the word in your motion, who's going to determine whether it's appropriate or not. I think everybody's going to have a different opinion of where it's appropriate or why it's not appropriate, and to have administration make that determination in bringing forward ideas. I don't see how that's going to help. Because 13 of us will have different opinions on whether it's appropriate or not, given our circumstances or the parts that are identified in the city. So I haven't seen a big need or a concern from the public on this. So even though information is good, I don't think we should go down this road. And so I won't be supporting this going any further than it is now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Caterina. Councillor Carmel, if you could take the chair.
I have the chair.
I don't think the question's going to go away. It may or may not. We could debate how pressing it is, but I think there is a certain amount of this happening, just to be realistic about what people are doing in their Go Cups here and there. Because it's underground, and it may be easier to manage this, and that may be an indication of some culture change. And that's on the part of people who are gathering socially as a choice. There are other, I think, equally but valid but distinct issues that arise around people who have no other venue to deal with their substance use disorder than a public place. I suspect if we're not careful, those will bump into each other, but I trust Ms. Owen's team to give careful consideration for how to engage on all of these difficult questions that will arise. But I think the questions have arisen because the government has seen fit to give municipalities this opportunity. And because I think some of those questions have been there for a long time to begin with. And so I think it is fair to do some engagement to figure out not what our public's answer to this is, because I suspect we may get different answers from different folks in the public. I think it'll be helpful for whatever council ultimately determines, and it is ultimately council's decision, to have the benefit of some of that public input. So I appreciate that the motion now asks for that engagement to occur, and I think we will learn from that if this passes, and I'll be supporting it. We'll learn some of the aspirations and cautions our public has around this, and that will be helpful one way or the other in answering the question of where we might go on this. I will say that this is not the most pressing question that I think is before us right now, but provided there's opportunity to work this into public engagement cycles that we would be doing anyway through the citizen panels and some of our other channels, and using existing resources in and around the other things we need to engage our public on, then I think having some sense of this before it warms up for a summer where people may be looking for different ways to gather makes sense. So I appreciate it coming forward, and will support the motion to get some perspectives from our public about what they think. I'll take the chair back.
Turn the chair.
And see if there's anyone else wishing to speak before we go to Councillor Zadig to close. If there's nobody else, Councillor Zadig.
Yeah, just to close, I agree it's not the most pressing issue, but I mean, if we debate public, like winter patios and some of the other COVID efforts that we've done, I think those have been well received, and I'm not really, you know, we can do more than one thing or two things at once here. Winter patios is different, it supports small businesses, but we have a situation where we're going to be grappling with COVID again, and that's just advanced this conversation. This summer is going to be different. But I think the real problem here is that people are doing this anyways, and that's been identified, and yet it's unregulated. So if we establish some norms and some rules around how alcohol could be consumed in public parks, such as with food at appropriate sites, we might actually get less people kind of in the bushes with a bottle or an impromptu picnic blanket on the ground, but actually channel that to the signed area where it's appropriate, and allow, and there's people already doing it, but there's also people that would want to do it, but they don't want to break any rules, and that creates an interesting tension. But this would be a pilot project, and the decision today is not to say yes or no to it. It's to get the report back and understanding what sites would be probably selected. So it's unregulated and it's happening right now, and like all matters within our jurisdiction, it seems to make sense to provide the public with some clarity and expectations on it. And I think Edmontonians will take the norms discussion to the next level, and we'll see if it's a desirable way to enjoy our summer pastime in Edmonton. I look forward to the engagement. I already know with some of the engagement that I've done that the public's mixed on this. And some people are thinking that it's going to be sort of that beer garden or that with public drunkenness, but it doesn't have to be. And alcohol consumption doesn't always have to lead to drunkenness, and I would say it shouldn't. And the more sort of to the European examples that were brought forward, I think there's a healthier relationship with alcohol in some of these countries that have alcohol consumption with food versus sort of the more binge drinking North American attitude that may be present. Of course, I don't have all the studies in front of me, so I want to be careful with what I'm saying about that. But it is true that it's pretty common in Europe, and it's slowly being introduced in North America. And again, as mentioned, another reason why it's relevant is because these are new rules that have been permitted to us by the province. So I think it's appropriate to explore it. So I'm hoping for support here, and thank you everyone for your time today.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Nicol.
Madam Clerk, it's a no for me, please.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina. Councillor Henderson? Councillor Esslinger?
It's a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. Thank you, Councillor Henderson.
Councillor Henderson, are you there? Okay, we may have to mark him absent for this vote then.
We have 12 votes.
He is dealing with a family medical issue. So display the vote, please. And that's carried 11-1. All righty. I could call for notices now, and then we'll take a break and come back in private, because we just have 9.2 left, I think. We're making good time today. Are there any notices of motion today? Going once? Going twice? All right.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I do have one.
Go ahead, Councillor Banga.
And I gotta find it on my computer first, just a second.
Well, if it's not handy, we can take notices at the end of the meeting.
No, I will just
You got it?
go
Okay.
right now.
All right. Cool.
Okay, got it. Okay, again, at the next regular council meeting, I will be entering a motion that administration provide an information report outlining emergency response delays and options for the Maple Road 23rd Avenue extension or other options, including but not limited to funding alternatives for secondary access improvements to ensure emergency response performance targets are met for the for the Maple Crest area. Information on the emergency access response timelines and any other impacts from CN rail activity. I think it should be CN and CP rail activity should also be outlined. Thank you.
Okay, notice is received. Thank you, Councillor Banga. Any other notices of motion? Not seeing any. Then I will take a motion, understanding that we'll still take a break here for a few minutes before we finish up. I do need a motion subject to Section 24, advice from officials, so that we can deal with 9.2, the mayor and city manager update.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor
So moved.
Hamilton. Seconded by Councillor Essinger. I'll just, no, well, we can vote properly.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Nicol. Just Councillor Catarina, please.
Yeah, yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. We're good to go.
Okay, display the vote.
Operation hasn't been successful.
Okay, that's carried 12-0. So we'll be in private at 3:45, and that'll give you just a moment to settle. I don't think it'll be a long discussion.
3:45 to 5.
You have? Okay. Did any of you see the briefing on the new variant?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, put 3 masks
It's highly, yeah. Wash your hands.
on.
And don't go anywhere ever again.
Done and done.
I was getting messages like, layer up.
Yeah, no, this, the B117 variant spreading in Alberta is 5 times as virulent or something. Are we back online? Okay. Actually, that raises a question for me in a minute before we finish. But let's finish with item 9.2. Take a motion to receive that for information.
So moved.
Thank you,
And,
Councillor
and to
Henderson.
stay private.
Yep.
Pursuant to
Second.
the Section 24 advice
Thank
from
you.
officials.
And seconded by Councillor Banga. Please vote.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councillor Walters? We're good, sorry. We're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Display the vote. And that's carried. Okay, we also need subsequently a motion, Councillor Essinger, to schedule your committee to meet on Wednesday at 3:45.
So moved?
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina, for the second. Please vote to schedule
Yes.
that evaluation
Yes,
committee
Madam
meeting.
Clerk.
Thank you. And if anybody else wants to join, please let us know and we'll add you to the meeting invite. We're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. And that's carried as well. Now, just before we go, and based on some of what was in the GOA briefing today, remind me when our next EAC is?
We are bringing forward a report to council at the next council meeting to put the schedule back in for monthly EAC meetings.
Okay, no, we don't.
So we've been canvassing the councillors for availability.
Yeah. You know what, we do have, and we can call that, we don't need a motion to call that. I can call that with 24 hours or 1 hour for that one.
24 hours, 1 hour if you're calling a state or local emergency.
Okay.
But if you think you're going to call it, if you can pass a motion, it makes life.
Well, I want to confer with the city manager and get the lay of the land. I don't want to overreact from today's news, but what I guess what I will ask is for everybody to hold the time on Wednesday morning, because we might want a situation update just on what the implications are OH&S wise for our organization of the new variants moving. And I don't want to wait 2 weeks to have that conversation. So as to whether that's the right time, whether we'll have a corporate perspective worth talking about, I don't know, so I don't want to schedule it today. But please hold the time, and we'll either do it then or sooner than a couple weeks from now. I think we're going to need to get briefed. So let's just hold that time, and we'll let you know one way or the other within by tomorrow morning, 24 hours out. Okay, already called notices, so I think we're done now. Thank you, everyone. Boy, it's nice to actually finish one of these with a little time to spare, so.